Ooh, we're live. We're live, everyone.
Hi.
Well, welcome everyone. Today I decided to, um, you know, build a Lego set, and I thought, why not just do it now? Because it's very therapeutic. This is it. As I can't speak right now. It's very It helps with therapeutic, and we're gonna build this guy here, and I don't know how many pieces are in it. But yeah, it's I built it already, and I decided, hey, I have this tendency to actually break things down and build them back together. And I was able to actually, with us is Dark Helmet, and some other people might join me on my adventure of building a Lego set. Um, but do you remember Dark Helmet? The what was it? It was the Naboo Star Wars Lego set.
I remember it vaguely, yes. Didn't it
I
have like
have
the Naboo fighter too?
Yeah, it was a Naboo
Yeah.
fighter, and I was able to build that by memory.
Wow. I
Yeah.
think that was one of the better fighters in Star Wars. I like the design of
Oh,
it.
it was cool. It was. All right, let's dig in. Boy, this is gonna be fun. Have you ever thought of, like, you know what, this is a great idea, and then realize this is not a really good idea?
Quite a few
Well,
times.
here we go. I gotta remember each bag. I don't number anything, and
I
it's just
don't
gonna be
either.
fun. We'll see how it goes, man.
It
See
makes it
who's
an
all gonna
adventure.
join us.
It's an adventure. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, an adventure.
You get it all built and you're like, well, that one piece is in the wrong spot. Crap,
And then
where's the
you
one I need?
chuck it.
Yeah, son of a. I've done it. I mean, I haven't done it ever at all.
Some people are like, get on with building things. All right. I have some pieces on here. I don't think I have. Here. Here we go. I have one in. Ooh.
Oh,
I
yeah.
did get for my birthday the Back to the Future car, and I built that in 5 hours.
I'm jealous. You know what I got
It's a
for my
fun little
birthday?
thing.
Nothing.
Got nothing?
You know what I got for Father's Day? Shaving cream I don't even use.
Do you,
But of
Jay?
course, like the good father, I cleaned the shelf off and I put it up there to make it look like I'm using it. And I make it look dirty.
There you go.
I put a show on it because I know she did her best. I get it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just got to smile and put it on the shelf and leave it at that.
Right? That's a good thing. I'm just going to start putting bags up
Ah,
here.
just put stuff together. I don't care.
Yeah, put stuff together, man. What the? Put the things. I don't know.
Just whip it out, throw it on the table. We're good. I was talking about Lego pieces, you sick bastard.
I know. Were you really though? Like, were
Well,
you?
not really, no, but
I am now.
I'm totally appropriate.
Yes, you are. Here we go. I need these
Oh, I have a
pieces.
very dark sense of humor. Very dark.
So do I. It gets me in trouble, as you can tell on Twitter for some reason.
How the hell I've never gotten in trouble on there is beyond me with the stuff I've
I never
submitted.
got on trouble.
I'm just stunned.
Well,
I
that's
haven't
not the
been
right
booted
color.
from there yet. Although I get Facebook warnings all the time from stuff like 7, 10 years ago. I'm suddenly getting warnings far it's removed. It violated our guidelines. It's 10 years old.
Jeez. Here we go. You know
Got
what the
her?
worst Lego, the worst color for Legos is?
What?
Black. If you Because with Gary we build a lot of Legos, custom ones.
Mm-hmm.
I'm building right now the Batmobile, the 80. Oh, what is it? It's 80, the Michael Keaton one.
Oh, okay. I know. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
85, 86.
Somewhere.
And
I think it might have been 87 actually.
or it might, yeah, you might, yeah.
Yeah, right around there.
So I'm building that, and we have all the block pieces together, and they're just, it's a pain in the butt.
I
But
like
for
my.
some reason, the brighter the color is, the easier it is to find it.
Who do you think the best Batman was in the movies?
Me. No, it's Michael Keaton, dude.
No, I agree. And who? That's like Danny DeVito. He played what? The Penguin. He did a fantastic job as the Penguin.
Oh yeah.
That was good. It's like I see the new Batman stuff, and I guess I'm old school, I guess, and I look at the new Batman stuff. Some have been decent; it's been good. Others, I'm like, eh.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Affleck one. I will be honest, I'm one of the few people I enjoy the Batman a lot.
Mhm. I
And a
haven't
lot
seen
of
that.
people it's a long movie and it could have been cut down to 30 minutes.
So
Like me
basically, the
trying to
same.
find some pieces.
So like the
But
same way, the last Avatar was. I watched it on for free, and I was like, they could have cut that down to 45 minutes.
yeah.
There was so much
You know how when you
stupid
just
stuff
put
in there
something
that,
in a bag?
oh God, I do it all the time. Trust me.
Oh, they're freaking right here. That's why.
Bags are cheaper than actually buying storage stuff.
Well, I liked the Batman for the
Mhm.
fact that it explains a lot. Like you're never gonna have a nice fancy Batmobile.
Yeah.
So ability, I actually had to explain this to Gary. I was like, because a lot of people who are rich, they like cars, and they're drawn to cars, and they so it makes sense his first car is going to be two muscle cars put together, and it doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Like taking a Chevy and a Ford and making them one vehicle.
Well, howdy there, Big Dave K. Welcome to the show of me just building. Thanks for joining me on this journey of just building things. I like building things. I'm building a Bugatti, if people have not found out. That's what I'm building. A Bugatti.
Hey, wait until I get my basement all cleaned up finally and redone with new drywall, and I start building my new storage room. I might do some videos
Ooh.
on that.
That'd be cool.
Oh, I'm going to put LED lights on the ceiling, but they're going to be on sensors. So when I walk in, they turn on. When I walk out, they shut off.
And if an intruder comes in, it's a flamethrower.
Oh, I'm okay with that. It'd be fun.
Yeah.
Or a minigun.
Shoot.
I'm
Right.
okay with that.
Minigun.
Yeah, this. Cops show up. Where's the suspect at? Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Just get a wet vac. Got one back there. Go have at it.
Big Dave K says, I know very little of Legos. It's okay. A lot of it's kind of a little, you have to be into it, I think.
They're a lot of fun.
And they are.
I remember the
9.
80s Legos
How do
when
you
I was a
figure out
kid.
what 9 is?
I'll tell you the Legos I grew up with when I was in, I'd say probably mid 80s. I was going to Kinder Care at the time, when they were actually reputable.
Yeah.
And we always had like Legos, where you would get the kits, they just throw it all together, all the parts, and you just have a heyday at it. It was fantastic. They would take like kids for cop cars, fire trucks, whatever, and just throw it all in one big bucket. It was awesome. You can make whatever you want it.
Yeah. Well, Big Daddy Dave, if you want to go watch Doomcock's thing, you can do it. I forgot it's Friday, but I was like, I feel like to me doing Legos is very therapeutic for me. It's fun. I dig it, and I put this too soon.
Yeah, we all got those things that we do privately that are therapeutic and beneficial for us. We all do.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. It's good. You can get whatever your day's feelings out or week, however you do it. You can get it out that way. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh yeah, man.
Every man needs a way to be able to get his week's feelings, aggressions, whatever you want to call it, out some way.
I agree, man. You
productively.
Wink, wink. Ooh, I used to have Lincoln Logs, dude. My grandmother had Lincoln
God,
Logs. Those were
I
so
love
cool,
Lincoln. They were fun. I love Lincoln
dude.
Logs.
They were, man.
Shit, I think it was probably early 90s, 90 or 91. I had to do a school project. We were doing it was for history class, so we all had a different project. Well, I had
Yeah.
to build a cabin. Well, somebody's like, "Oh, use Lincoln Logs." A friend gave me Lincoln Logs. Oh, I didn't end up using Lincoln Logs. No clue what I was doing. Go to the hobby shop, you get the little X-Acto knife, all that stuff. And I just bought like dowel rods, and I was just cutting them and staining them and fit it together and made a beautiful log cabin and had no idea what the hell I was doing. And it came out gorgeous. Windows,
You're like,
I had a
look,
fire.
Ma,
Oh, I had a fireplace made out of rocks I found on the ground.
that's
Everything, whole
cool.
9 yards. Yeah, I got an A+ for that for my effort. Then I burned it to the ground with my friends in the woods. It was fantastic. We did. We took it to the woods, put firecrackers in there, and lit it on fire. Oh, I'm a bad person.
Look at that. I built something. Ta-da.
You built a frame.
I know. I don't even know what it is.
I don't know. It looks like it's electric power, possibly. It's an EV.
It does actually.
It's an estrogen
It's
vehicle.
like one of those like little switch things. You go.
It's an EV, an estrogen vehicle.
Look, Ma.
I won't lie. I drove a Tesla once. I got test drive one. Those little bastards got a ton of torque and go.
Well,
I was like,
here's the thing. I was drunk when I was in a Tesla, and for Uber, and because drink responsibly, and this guy knew. He's like, this guy's never been in a Tesla, and he gunned it, and I was like a kid. I was like, yeah.
oh yeah, they got a ton of torque from a dead stop. They're like, boom, gone.
Oh yeah. Oh, don't you know?
It's just the price. The price and the batteries. You know how much it costs to
Yeah.
replace the battery pack in those things?
I think it's what, 20,000?
It's in between 20 and 30,000, depending on what model you have, I think. Because each model has like a longer capacity, so more batteries. If it were beneficial and it were, you could recharge them like in 10, 20 minutes and you could go 500-600 miles on it, I'd probably buy one then. Then it would be worth it. Right now, it's not to me. Cost-wise, anyway.
Oh yeah.
But I still love I still love a truck that when you fire it up, you hear no from the exhaust. Like, yeah.
You get balls tingling. You're like, oh yeah.
Oh, that's my truck. You stand behind it, and it's like It's like, yeah. I walk away. I'm just like covering up because I don't want nobody to see, everything poking out. It's like, gotta walk away. It's like, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Look the other way, sicko.
I'm gonna tell Mom.
No, I miss my old '79 F-150 I used to have. Bought it from a buddy of mine. $200.
That's a good.
Here's the thing. Yeah, $200. The engine was out of the truck. The transmission was in there, bolted in, but he had like a rod across it chained up, so it was staying up, keeping it aligned. $200. That's all he wanted. It had the original paint, but it was faded, but it was original and no rust on the truck, even on the floorboards. I put it together. It was a 351 modified. No clue what I was doing. That was my first vehicle. Put it together, rebuilt it, had the cylinders honed out, new bearings, had everything turned that needed to be turned with bearings. Fired that thing up the first time, and it fired on the first shot with the 4-barrel Holly on it. I was like, yeah. And it had dual exhaust, a real dual exhaust.
Oh, dual exhaust.
And factory lift kit. I had the big tires on it when I bought it. It came with it. Oh, I love that. I love that truck. But then gas had hit $1 a gallon. And I was like, I can't afford this truck anymore. I kid you not. When it hit $1 a gallon, I sold the truck.
Man, $1 a gallon.
That's how long it, well, actually it hit a $1.25, correction. When it hit $1.25 is when I got rid of the truck.
You're like, I can't do this anymore, guys.
At that time, that was a lot of money, you know, because when I first started driving, you could put $10 in your car and drive around with your friends all night and still have a half tank.
Hell yeah, man.
So at that time, it was probably 75, 80 cents, right around there.
Ooh. Yeah, I remember gas really cheap.
Well, me being, you know, older than you back in the day when I had to walk to school both ways uphill in 3 inches of snow.
Yeah.
Although when I went to school, you know, our snow days were 12 inches or above.
You know that size.
Try 12 inches or above. You're right. Thanks. I'm like a car
It was
dealership.
1997, guys.
That was a different time.
Different time, man.
You wouldn't
Come
understand.
on, man.
Come on, man. Oh, shit. I fell. Bam. Forward. Twice.
Up a ladder.
Oh, God.
We're going to hell.
No, if I'm going because I made every dark joke humanly possible.
If I'm
Well, if
going,
we're
I'm
gonna
going in
If I'm going because I earned it.
Yeah.
We'll see each other down there together. It'll be like on a beer. Tastes like piss. It's Bud Light, but we'll go to hell and it'll be Bud Light and Dylan.
Yeah. Ah, this is what I was looking for.
Putting
Now,
axles
what
on.
in the flying? It's
a clusterfuck. It looks like the red parts are like shocks are supposed to be.
No, it's just a random piece that
makes no sense.
Yeah, it just connects things.
Well, I guess if you pay that kind of money, you might as well get your money's worth.
Yeah. It wasn't even that much. This is the right size.
I got a question. I don't know how old you are because I'm not going to ask because impolite to ask a lady her age. But sorry, I couldn't pass that one up. Hey, do you remember when they had the Voltron lions and the Toys R Us? Toys R Us's.
Oh yeah,
I remember they had the plastic ones and the metal ones.
Oh hell yeah!
I had both as a kid. I wish I had them now. If I had both the metal and plastic in mint condition, I can't even imagine what they'd be worth today.
A lot of money.
Oh yeah, if you had one of each, the plastic and the metal lions, those would be worth a ton of money probably. I even had the vehicle at one point, but I didn't like them as much.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the vehicle ones were not my favorite. It was traditional lions. All right, we're going to do some ASMR. Yeah.
Where the fuck is this?
Listen to Steve talk about trying to find his parts.
It's like trying to find a G spot. You can't ever find it. But when you do, you jackpot.
He's talking dirty about his Legos. We like it. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Why are all your Legos so erect? What's wrong with them?
My what?
So I said you'd have that random person. Why are all your Legos erect? They all stick up in the air. What's wrong with them? You're not a man. You don't get it. Yeah, that's just when you look at them. If you're a man, you wouldn't have to ask that question.
I don't have to ask you any questions, man. I know the thing.
I don't ask questions. I figure it out on my own.
Yeah.
There's a lot of trial and error. A lot. But I figure it out eventually. I like to figure stuff out on my own. It makes me feel good.
You know when you...
Except for the air conditioner.
Oh, I gotta do this. Somebody. now I got to do. Well, how in the fuck? Oh, it goes this way. There.
All right, everybody. Steve has connected the black piece to the gray frame of the other pieces. Well, hey, what if somebody's listening to this, but they're not watching the video, just audio? Somebody has to describe.
Hey, there you go.
I'm being beneficial.
All right.
Steve has pulled out another part. It sounds a little metallic. It sounds erect and long and girthy. Approximately 1.5 inches long.
Oh.
I could never do this in actual videos and do ASMR. No.
I don't even know how you can do it. I don't know. I'm just talking out of my ass.
That's what I do most of the time.
Yeah. And people are like, what the fuck is he doing?
We'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah.
You know why I talk out of my ass? Because I'm just being me.
Hey, that's cool. That's cool. Okay. So
I'm a layman. You have to explain stuff to me in layman terms. That's just me. That's the type of person I am.
This little piece. Wrong bag.
Steve.
Here we go.
Steve just grabbed the wrong sack and had to put it down and grab a new fresh sack. He found the part he needed. Yeah.
He looked at me funny.
He grabbed a big black part and he's working another part into it. Yeah.
Then you put it in there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, daddy.
Okay, that's weird.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we're not doing that. That's
ASMR gone wrong.
yeah, that's.
Hey, it's my first time on here. I might as well just go full bore. Would you rather me hold back or just be me? Be me.
You can be you, man. Just don't.
I'm just messing with you on those parts, so I had to screw with you a little bit.
Wow, the chair's going right now. All right. So as you can see, I've already put stickers on there because I built this already. And we snap it in there. Boom. There's the car right there. Bam. Suck it.
It looks like one of those sleds the Air Force had used to test stuff.
Yeah.
It looks like one of those ejection seat sleds where they actually did them in the 50s and 60s. They'd fire them and fire on it. Thing up out of them. That's what it reminds me of. Oh, is that the flux capacitor?
Where?
Oh, it just reminded me of the flux capacitor there.
Yeah, it does. It's a seatbelt, though.
Yeah, a little bit, but that's what it reminded me of, yeah. Did you know O'Reilly's Auto Part has the flux capacitor on their website?
I did. Did you know you can't actually buy it?
I know. I'm damn mad at that, too. I was like, oh, I can't buy it. I'd buy it.
Now, I have to remember some of these have stickers on them, so I have to remember not to put the ones with the stickers when it doesn't need to be. I've learned that before. Don't need that.
So what, is the stickers like a warning, basically?
No, it's these. There's already stickers on them that I put on.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
And just as a recap, if anybody joins later, what are you building again?
I'm building a Bugatti. It's a Bugatti Veyron. Here, I can show you the picture. This is what I'm building.
Yeah, excellent. It should look fantastic once done.
I know. Fancy. Pickle me crazy, why don't you?
I made the mistake. We actually got a shop up here. They deal with like antique cars. They'll sell them like for people, or they'll buy them, sell them as is, or restored. You know, different levels basically.
Yeah.
I walked in there a week ago, and I shouldn't have done that because I saw some 50s, 60s, and 70s trucks, and I was depressed when I left. I was like, oh, they had a 56. It was a 56 Chevy pickup. It had the wood bed. You could tell it was restored, obviously, but it was an excellent restoration job. You would not have known. But other than that, it was all original. Beautiful, gorgeous truck.
Nice.
And it was $24,000. So it really wasn't bad.
Holy.
It's a lot, but not bad. Oh, it was gorgeous. If I had that kind of money, honestly, I could blow it. Not think twice, I'd do it. Oh, they had beautiful vehicles up there. I walked there. My wife's like, "Stop going there." I'm like, "If I could divorce you and have one of them, well, no."
You'd be like,
Well,
don't tell me what to do.
Well, to be fair, we've been, separated for 7 years. So,
well, the car won.
Oh, it did. So, what you working on now?
I'm working on a 1967 Mustang Shelby GT 500.
I was talking about the part, you smart ass.
I'm still building the chassis.
Oh, the chassis.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to give people that may be listening auditorily some description.
No worries.
People that are too drunk to pay attention to the video, because I've been there a few times.
Yeah.
You got one eye open, you're looking at it, you're like, no, that's not going to work either.
I know.
Not that I've done that or anything.
What the heck? Oh. Mm-hmm. Now that don't make sense. Did that go off? Oh shit. There we go. There we go. So yeah, I can do this. I can do it, folks. So this is not your conventional Lego setup.
Hey Steve, does that wrist bracelet also double as a tourniquet?
The what?
Your wrist bracelet right there. Is that also double as
the paracord?
Yeah.
Yeah, it can. I got I got like 50 yards.
Yeah, I made about
or 50 feet, I think.
I made 90 of them about 9 years ago at a fire department I was at to raise money. And I raised like $1,000 off of them just so we could buy equipment. And I made a bunch of those paracord bracelets. They were red and black.
Dude, they're cool. I love them.
Oh, I still have. I have a bunch of tourniquets, but I also carry the paracord because they are beneficial.
Oh yeah.
No, I tell people, I'm like, hey, TQ is great. I'm like, have a paracord bracelet too, because you may not be near your TQ.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
Something's better than nothing.
Yeah, I have a whole bunch.
I love TQs, but it's the dang price of them that.
Yeah.
What's a quality one? Like $24 to $28, roughly, right around there.
Something like that. Yeah.
I know. Well, the last ones I bought, they were like $26, I think, a piece. 26, 27. They're good ones. Don't get me wrong, but.
Yeah. Here we go.
Well, me being a fireman, so I always carry that stuff with me anyway, as much as I can.
Now, this piece. Well, hello there, Orville. How are you doing?
Orville
Wrong
Nation.
size. Wrong size, everyone. So, I think I got that right. flip this over. Yeah.
Steve,
Flowers on the-
I'm treating this like Christmas with my daughter. I'm just as surprised as you are on what you're doing.
Oh, dude, I can do this for days.
Oh, I love Legos. I could play with them all. I could put them together all day long and be happy.
Hell yeah. Now I put the other seat in.
Hell, once I get my basement gutted and I get my storage room built, I'm going to build a model train again and go back into model
There we go.
air.
That's the Bugatti right there.
Hold on a second.
Oh, crap. I gotta find the pieces. Where are you? Well, thank you, PJ. I like building Legos. For my birthday I got the DeLorean time machine Lego set. Took that 5 minutes or not 5 minutes. Well, I'm not that fast. I did it in 5 hours. It was fun. My wife's like, "Why did you do it that fast? You're supposed to save it." I was like, "Ah, cool."
Legos are always fun. I don't care. I love them.
Oh yeah.
I'm the type of person, no, I don't want a kit. Just throw me a big pile of Legos. Let me use my imagination.
That's how you're supposed to do it, man.
And I'll have fun all day long. And none of it I could put pictures online because I get banned. Boy, that looks big and girthy. Is that a band? How you doing, Oscar November?
Oscar November.
Yep, Orville Nation.
Oh.
Oh, I'm totally all Orville. I've been that way for years now. I'd rather watch Orville than Star Trek at this point. At least it's fun.
Now here comes in the stickers part. Now, mind you, I've already built this and I've taken it apart. And I just have to find the pieces that go with this.
And nothing wrong with doing it for a live video for expediency. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it'd be
Plus, to be honest, this does change things up a little bit. I know most of my shows are all about manly things, and
there is nothing unmanly about Legos. Nothing.
No, they're fun. But I thought, let's change it up a bit. That can't be the right piece. Oh, poop. What did I tell you about black pieces? I cannot find them at all because we'll just put this here. And then
looks like part of the
can't
suspension.
be the right piece. Oh my gosh. Way to go, Steve.
All right, kids. Everybody pay close attention. We're about to watch a middle-aged man have a nervous breakdown with Legos. Everybody be quiet and enjoy.
That can't be that piece, though. Is it? Oh my gosh. I am actually hold up. This is the part where all I have to do is can't knock any over.
Hey, Steve. Fat Steven JFK asked which Lego set, if you could give him an update.
The Bugatti. I'll show you a picture of it. I'm actually having a mental breakdown because I can't find the right piece. It's this one. Thank you for joining, Fat Steven Seagal. This is really driving me nuts. I don't think it's this piece here. It's gonna look more like this, where it's no lines going on the yellow, which would be the black, which would be white lines. White lines. Or maybe it is.
I bet it's kind of nice you can put that together and I can just point out chats for you.
Hey, that works.
Very convenient.
Let's just put all these back.
Oh my god, a super to slap him in there.
It might actually be that piece. I don't know why, but we'll just do it.
Let's be adventurous and see what happens.
I know, right? It is that piece, for Pete's sake. So on here, on the instructions, it doesn't show the little white lines going this way. It's all solid black. Guess what? It is now. We're getting there, folks. This is a journey. This is like Lord of the Rings, but without the walking.
As Orville Nation put it, oh, wowzers. Watching you put this together.
I might be here for a while.
On next Rancor Steve radio station live, we're going to be putting together audio of more Legos. Stand by for enjoyment.
I have to remember I have to put my hands right here to build it, and because I'm always like, build it closer. I'm just putting bags up here now. I don't care anymore. I've given up.
Just like Chicago. Weird. Bags everywhere. Just gave up. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of West Coast.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Oh, now I run into a little pickle here.
Come on, man. Where am I? Who are you?
Oh, it goes up in the front.
Ah.
It goes up in the front, guys. That's what I have so far. It looks like a helicopter.
It almost looks like it looks like the intake for a turbo on the top.
It does.
Yeah. Well, isn't a Bugatti engine in the back? It actually is, so that would actually make sense.
Do you know how many V's it is?
Isn't it V24, I think?
You might actually be right. Well, that's the stinking. Oh, it's that one, man. So this goes. That doesn't make any sense. I'm doing that piece. There we go. Well, howdy there, Hound 3000. Need some hugs?
How you doing, Hound 3000? Woo!
Hey, you got the right piece. I'm actually enjoying this. I am. This is a new adventure for me.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with doing something. If you enjoy it, then that's all that matters. That's really it. If you like something, it's not a waste of time or money.
No.
That's how I look at it. I always hear people, waste of time. That's a waste of money. I'm like, if they enjoyed it, then no, it's not.
Right?
I might enjoy something somebody else doesn't like. I may see something where I think that's a waste of money, but if they enjoy it, they're not wasting money or time then. So who am I to tell them not to enjoy something?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Come on, man.
You know the thing.
Where am I? Ramble, lamble, ding dong.
Well, show him.
Corn
Hound
Pop is
3000,
rubbing my
you should
white hairy
send him
legs
the
and they
link.
popped up.
Send him the link and he can watch it. Crap. You know how when you build something, you kind of skip a piece? I think I just did that.
Hey, Hound
Let's look.
3000, always remember, sharing is caring.
Yeah, I did. Dang it. Easy fix. I have a Camaro NASCAR
Oh,
Lego
put
set.
that together.
I
That'd
have
be nice.
I have the Batmobile from the Batman, that Lego set.
Now, do you have an Ecto 1?
No, I gave Gary Ambrosia an Ecto 1.
His beautiful mane of hair is one him and Ecto 1. That's wrong. I give up in this world.
I mean, you could go that route. No, he's a huge fan of it, of Ghostbusters, and I was like, you know what, I'll get you the Ecto 1 Lego set.
Well, that's why when my daughter worked at a Halloween store, and that's when I got the EKG or the scanner from Ghostbusters. I'm gonna eventually buy it. They actually got a retrofit kit where you can put the new lights in it, sounds, whole 9 yards, and it'll actually work like the one from the movie. I'm like, I'm gonna get that eventually.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it just for fun to do it.
And then we do this. Oh shit, we got something, guys. Oh. This piece. Oh man. Okay, so I built the engine. This is what we're getting next to. Yeah, it took me 4 times. This is the most frustrating Lego set that I've done. And yeah, I'm building the engine now. And I really hate this thing. Because the way they have you put it in, I'm like, oh my gosh.
So would you say the engine's the worst part of the build?
Well, this specific engine, because it moves.
Oh, okay. So it has moving parts with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, where's that piece?
That's a very detailed kit. I'm surprised with the amount of small pieces.
Oh yeah, it's the Technic one.
Can you explain to anybody that may not know the difference between Lego, like what would you call it, like levels of build, or?
This is more of an advanced. This is like an adult, like high school advanced one. It's more detailed. The regular Lego sets are getting a lot better, and they're like the Back to the Future one. That's a really like detailed one that has like Technic has all these like little intricate little pieces here, like this right here moves like that, and so that's the steering wheel. This does the steering.
Okay. Would that be like a top of the line kit or like middle line or?
That's a good question. Kind of in the middle. Like they've changed it up a bit. They can do it where it's a lot more, like you can pay a lot more to do things like much more detailed stuff.
All right.
Yeah, I did that one right. All right. Now comes the most painful, frustrating piece right here coming up. The stinking rotaries.
Now, with that piece you're building right now, the long yellow piece in the rear, does it have markings for when you put it in place, or is it just kind of guessing?
No, it's you kind of guess it. You want to have it flush, like right here. It's all flush, and you kind of have to guess. It's kind of like evens it out. This is more of the back wheel part that's going to be here.
And so once you get the wheels on, it'll kind of self-adjust itself, probably.
Yeah.
Okay. Just trying to be descriptive for people and maybe you listen auditorily.
Yeah. This is a journey, man. Here we go.
And for blind people.
I have to remember doing.
How was the show? I didn't see it. No kidding. Now that I'm going to hell for that comment.
Let's pull these out right here.
Oh yeah, I grew up as Big Dave K said, Legos come a long way since the 80s. He's absolutely correct. They have.
Oh yeah.
Way far. I remember when you used to get like Lego police cars, fire trucks, ambulances. They just had what, a little clear red piece and a little clear blue piece. That was it. And they were round. Now there's so much more detail compared to what they used to be.
I think that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 4.
That's the engine block. Is that the crankshaft?
Yeah, so it's gonna go like this.
Yep, crank up for pistons.
It's cool, man. All these pieces.
That is super detailed. I'm actually surprised they put that amount into it.
Oh, just wait. It gets way crazier.
All right, everybody. I hope you have no Friday night plans because we're here for the duration. Bring it on.
You're stuck here. This is the first time I've ever done something like this, so this is really fun. Usually I'd have a movie playing on the background.
All right. Big Dave K said, making Legos back in the day way more limiting. Now it's virtually limitless. Absolutely correct.
Oh shit. Did I just Oh man. Hold up. There we go. I thought I locked the piece.
Oh my god, this got to put in place.
We're almost done with one bag. Oh man. Yeah, I would listen to a bunch of listen to a bunch of movies while building Lego sets. And they were fun. That goes here. I'll be honest, I've never sweat this much building a Lego set. That's for darn tootin' sure.
I sweat a lot less now since I've lost 35 pounds.
Congrats.
I sat out in 93-degree weather today and didn't sweat once. Fantastic. It was great. And I was warm, but I wasn't hot. I loved it. And I'm drinking more water. I cut back on the soda and the alcohol.
That's good. That's good.
I'm getting there. I got 10 more pounds I want to lose.
Oh shit.
So if you could tell us what parts you're connecting now, and if you could tell us the CCs and the cubic inches and the displacement of the cylinders, that would be fantastic.
The fucking engine.
Fucking engine. It starts. Go away.
All right. So usually a lot of Lego sets, they'll say you're going to do this multiple times. I grabbed the wrong piece. And this doesn't tell you. And so I'm going to do this all at the same time because this is going to drive me up a wall.
Got a lot more patience than I have.
The first time I did this, I was drunk when I was building it too, so that might have something to do with it.
So it was fun then. It was even fun. It was even more fun. What'd you build? I don't know. Where is it? I couldn't tell you. How'd it go? I was drunk. It was great. I'm sure it came out fantastic. 2 days later, you get a visit from the place. Why is there a Lego dildo in your neighbor's yard? Oh, that's what I built. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so here is all this stuff. God, this is going to drive me nuts. I'm just going to screw it. We're gonna use pretty much all of these, I think.
Oh, so many club references I can use for all those pieces. So many club references.
Yeah.
It was like the club just poured out in the streets and there's this stuff going everywhere. Them little pegs are looking for a hole and they're going in one, by God.
All right.
Then 9 months later, not my kid. Those look like pistons.
They are.
Ah.
I did this backwards and I put the engine together and it wasn't working. It was falling out.
I wouldn't think there'd be a really wrong way to do it as long as it's all locked together.
You would think.
You would think it would just go together regardless how you did it. Now, if you missed a piece, I would get it, but... So everybody knows Steve is currently putting pistons in the cylinder heads right now.
Or they. I think I did that right. Yes. Oh, I just have to do this.
Hey,
Especially
Big Dave K said, I'm just drawing and listening to y'all. What are you drawing?
That's
We'd like to know.
Yeah, what are you drawing?
Yeah,
What are you
tell us,
doing, man?
please.
Little Mermaid. No. There's a piece. This is getting a little cluttery.
Are wheels going on it, or is that still engine related?
This is still the engine.
Engine? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, for anybody that's listening auditorily, he's still connecting engine parts.
Did I do it? Yes, I did do it right.
All right, Big Dave K said, a commission for a Patreon member. It's a character
Ooh.
based off the lead singer for the Finnish band called Battle Beast. Awesome.
Oh my gosh.
Looks like you're putting the head assembly together right now.
Well,
Looks like you haven't put the main. It looks like just the heads of the cylinder sitting in there.
yeah.
Well, I guess as good as they can get that for Legos. Even though in all reality, the pistons wouldn't go into the head.
No.
Actually, those are probably cylinders, actually. Oh, they're version on it.
Can I do... Yeah, I'm going to follow the instructions correctly. Correcto mundo.
Hey, Steve, did you know we have a few unnotable holidays today?
What's the holiday?
Several, actually. National Take Your Dog to Work Day. National Detroit Style Pizza Day, which means you'll get your pizza, get stuck up, shot, and died before you finish your pizza. International Widows Day. Gee, surprise there, because men give up sooner. National Hydration Day. We should all drink more water. It's good advice. Beer has more water. That's fine too. National Pink Day. So pink everything.
Wow.
It is also National Pecan Sandies Day.
So then I do this. Now wait 1 second here. Oh, I go down farther. No,
Roger that weight one.
I did it wrong. Poop. This
Oh,
way.
this next National Day, probably nothing good comes from it. We won't mention it. It's International Women in Engineering Day.
I know a bunch of women that are engineers. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, I do too, but I gotta give them shit. It's also United Nations Public Service Day, and the last one. No, that was it. Oh, wait a minute. It's breaking news: the World Martini Giveaway Day.
Ooh.
Where? All right, those are the official holidays for today. I look up a lot of weird stuff. I always like to be prepared in case we have dead airspace. Oh, it looks like you're putting the crankshaft together with the cylinder heads.
I think I did this right. Yeah.
Yeah, those are cylinder heads there. You can tell. Yeah. Intake and exhaust. No, those are cylinder walls.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So I think I. Yeah. Da, 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 da. Well. Oh.
All right. If you're just listening to the show, but you're not watching visually, he has put one side of the cylinder heads together. He's working on the other side now. Well, actually, correction, the cylinder walls. So how was your week this week?
It was pretty good. I got back from Hawaii.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
Tuesday.
What was that like?
It was fun. It was a nice little trip.
Do you know they got a private island in the Hawaii's obviously several chains of islands. Do you know they got one that's privately owned and you can't go to unless you're invited or you sign up to go there?
Or I think there's also one that you have to be an actual native to the island.
That's the same one. Yeah, you can actually go there as a tourist, but it's like once or twice a year because they do it to make money. But other than that, they do traditional island. They're Christian, but they also maintain traditional island values.
Yeah.
Heritage, which I'm fine with that. I'm actually okay with that. You don't want their heritage to die out and they maintain it there. I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
It's a piece of history. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, we did a waterfall.
What was that like?
It was pretty cool. We did a kayak to a waterfall and it was pretty fun.
Nice. That actually sounds like it was a real nice trip.
It was.
I don't know. I think in next year.
I gotta keep my hands. I have to keep my hands up here so people know what I'm doing. See, I just
You gotta learn that habit of doing it when you have the camera on and being in camera view.
Yeah.
Instead of just doing it normal when it's not on, you're just like whatever.
I know, right?
Yeah, I think in the next year or two, I want to visit Saipan because it being a U.S. territory. In 2009, the U.S. took over their immigration just to help out because they didn't have the money. Now, as an American citizen, all you need is a visa to go there. That's it. Actually, you don't even need that. You would need it if you went to Japan, and from Japan down to there, you would. But if you go from the U.S. to Hawaii in there, you don't need it.
Ah.
Yeah, American citizens are allowed there now without a visa or a passport or anything. And I heard it's very cheap to go there and visit.
Well, howdy there, Disney Sheepherder.
How you doing, Disney? How you doing?
All right, did I get this right? Please tell me you did. Yes, I did. Not. What the? See what this is what I'm dealing with right now.
Wouldn't it be just a
Uh-huh.
reverse image of the other one?
Yeah. Oh. Jesus, man. Okay, did that. This doesn't make shit sense. Really doesn't. How in the hell?
You got a lot more patience than I do. Because I would already thrown it across her.
Well,
I just say
tells
when
me.
it's. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to think. Does it go?
I would think it'd just be a reverse mirror of the other one. Unless there's like a totally different add on to the other side.
Well, no, it's I have to put them this way.
Oh. Got it.
Yeah.
How you doing tonight, Disney Sheepherder?
There we go. Now I can flip it. I push this in. Oh. Pull this up. And then go in like this.
Oh, I got it. That's nice to just put stuff automatically like that. Makes life easier.
Yeah. And there we go. That is the engine.
So that's rear wheel drive. Got it.
Yeah, finally I survived. Oh crap, there's more pieces.
All right, Steve-O, I'm going to jump off for the evening because I've had a long night, but it was good being on here, and I hope you will have me on again.
Right. Now everyone's going to hear me say random things. I need 4 of those.
My wife's out of town for the weekend, so I'm going to enjoy the night.
Woohoo!
Celebrate.
Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me on. I actually had a good time, and I got to describe a little what you were doing, so you didn't have to worry about it. It was fun.
There it is.
You take care, Big Dave. You take care, Disney Sheepherder. Everybody that's watching or that's going to watch later, you all have a great evening too. And remember, keep watching Rancor Steve. He is fantastic.
And that's how far I've gotten.
Outstanding.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to hop off. You all have a great evening. You too, Steve, and get her put together.
Oh, I will.
All right. Thanks, brother. Have me on. Have a good night, man.
You take care, man.
Hey, you too. Bye.
So as I get to the next pieces, that piece, and then this piece, and then we can start building. I'm wondering if this is like really relaxing to some people, because some people will listen to things for ASMR and they're probably like, oh yeah. Come on, you stinking piece of dirt. So that don't make oh, I do it right here. See, Mom, I can do this. Now, like I said earlier, I sometimes will skip some pieces. And I have to look back to know if I did skip some pieces. And I did. Awesome. Now I just got to figure out where I'm going to put this. So this goes here. And this goes here. It is coming along, Big Dave. Okay. Thank you guys for joining. This is a very spontaneous thing. And, I just thought, let's build a Lego set. What could possibly go wrong? Pretty much a lot of things, maybe. But this is, besides doing that's not the right size. I need 2 of them. Nope, 1. Oh man, I don't even know. Outside of me doing construction, filming, whatnot, random things, planning my show, I like to build Lego sets because it's the most relaxing thing for me. I deal with a lot of social anxiety and just life stuff, and so gotta keep remembering to put my hands up here. Just things, and so doing Legos, it's a very calming thing for me. My wife really doesn't understand. I gotta do this piece too. See, I'm not paying attention and I'm looking ahead too much. And there we go. See? And so you might hear me say random voices and do all kinds of random things. I tend to like to do voices. So if you guys want to hear a voice me do or something, I don't know. Man, I don't know. See, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just in my own zone. Auto zone. Get it? Huh? Funny, I made a joke. I'm entertaining myself while you guys watch. This is, you're seeing the quirky side of me right now. And then you're going to think, wow, this guy's weird. Yes. Yes, I am. I am so weird. Some other people might drop by while I'm building all this stuff. Here it is. Gosh. I'm going crazy, man. I do like that when I have to find like something like this or like the measurements of stuff, I like when they have the measurements here. Then I can just put it on there and figure it out. But anyone who is joining us, I am building this. And I built it already. And I thought, I've been taking apart. I have a Mustang GT500, newer version of the Mustang. And I thought, I've been taking apart these Lego sets and building them back together. And I was like, how about I just stream me actually build these things? What could possibly go wrong? Well, we're about to find out. And I don't even know if that. Oh, I did put that in there. All right, so that goes there, and that goes there. Woo, got it. But Legos is a very big passion of mine, and I think any dads should not. I think any guy should not give up doing Legos of any type. Hey, howdy, John. I can't pronounce JCVMF. John Kipola. I'm terrible with last names, so sorry if I don't get it right. I do try to get people's last names right. I spent 21 years mispronouncing my last name. And I was told that's not how you pronounce it. And then I was like, oh man. They thought it was funny. See, I'm building close up to my chest. I got to do it right here so people can actually see me. So you guys are entertaining. Cipollala. What? Oh, it's Italian. I was about to means onion. Nah. And then we come over here and we put this bad boy here. It's like trying to find the best pickup line. It never works when you get there. Come on. She's going to be like, that is the best pickup line right there. Perfect. Yeah. It's coming along. It's coming along. Let's see. All right. Man. All right. On to the next one. Now, what in the tarnations? Where's that piece go? Oh, it goes. Oh. See, sometimes they don't put the arrows of where they're supposed to go. And so I have to figure it out myself. I think this one, yeah. This goes in here. Yes, that's totally. They like to fuck you over. And then you got to look. I told Dark Helmet when he was in here watching, I said that the worst color for Legos is, speaking of Dark Helmet, we have Admiral Teague.
Hey, buddy.
Here's the thing. What's the worst color for a Lego set?
Transparent, because you'll always hurt your feet.
Well, okay, I didn't think about that. But
that's pure evil.
Yes, that's your kid trying to play a joke on you. No, it's the black. So I've been building a lot of custom Legos with Gary, and he has a lot of Legos, and he has a bin full of black Lego pieces. Trying to put those all together. Oh my goodness.
I'm like biting my tongue on the segregation joke.
Huh.
Now are the black Legos in the back of the storage bin?
Right.
It's nice to say, hey, John Spola, Big Dave K, Disney Sheepherder. Nice to see you all out there. Hello, everybody.
Hold on right quick. Just got to do something right quick.
I can't believe I managed to I can't believe that we managed to get all those comments taken care of and watch that episode of Star Trek.
I had to get a piece. It fell.
No problem.
Oh man, I'm thirsty.
So I can see it's starting to emerge here.
Yeah.
How
I'll show off
is
the
this? But like
what?
Like is it gonna have an engine bay? Oh,
Yeah,
that's cool.
it's this one. Well, so I already got to the engine.
I
and
thought
it's right
so.
here.
16.
I think it is. I think they did a 16. We were trying to figure that out earlier, and
it's
Dark
2
Helmet
8s.
said 20. I think he said 24. 5 of these things.
I
Where the
think it
fuck am I
could be
gonna put
16.
5 of them? Oh, I gotta find 5 of these things. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Not there. See, the problem is I have these in little baggies, and I can't remember where I put which one which. Aha. No, wrong bag. This bag. Come here, you little bastard. Yes.
Remember when SNL was funny and they had Phil Hartman as the anal retentive chef?
Yeah, I think so.
He was like the reverse of what you need to do to be a successful modeler. Like he'd be like, okay, so we're going to cut this onion. So now since since I've gotten the knife dirty, what I need to do is wipe this knife with a Scott towel. So that Scott towel, that's going to let off an onion smell. So what we want to do is put that inside of a paper bag and fold that over 3 times and put that into this little Ziploc here and just label this onion just in case it comes open, so we know that they might expect the onion smell, and then we want to put it inside this Tupperware and then throw it away. So it's kind of like the reverse. Like, it actually makes sense to be that detailed about like things.
Oh yeah.
With this, it's like gray Legos, black Legos, red Legos. Like, I can understand that. Like eight double sized Legos, clear Legos.
Did you say queer Legos?
No.
We're putting the strange ones over here. Oh, there we go. Man, this is a lot of stinking pieces. I think it's close to 2,000 pieces I'm doing.
That is a lot of stinking pieces.
Yeah. I'm not doing the Batmobile again because I've done that one already.
I have an issue not with that Batmobile, but in the way it was used.
Okay, so here's the thing. Did you like the movie?
Can I be honest? I'm not in a position to honestly assess The Batman. I watched it 3 times, but I never had sound.
Okay, I have a question. Why didn't you have sound?
I watched it at a bar. But like the bar downstairs has like better internet and better like ability to steal stuff off of online than I do. They have movies like the week they're out. So I figure I can go down there for like $20. I can get like, it's like my own personal Alamo Draft House. I'll go down there with like $20 to $40 and I'll just be like, I want to watch like, you know, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, and they'll have it by like the 4th of July, and I'll just sit there and get tanked from like 1 in the afternoon until 4 and just like watch it twice and laugh at it. So I got to see the Batman like 3 times without sound. I'll ask for sound for Indiana Jones. But I had objections to the movie that had nothing to do with the story. First of all, I don't have a problem with race swapping Gordon, but he seemed like he was like jammed into the movie.
He was okay. So
he was cool.
A lot of people don't like. I get where you're coming at. I'm totally fine I'm very much against if you're gonna race swap things, make it somewhat important. Like it worked for me.
Oh, I thought that it was
a bad thing.
You know what? In the world of Hollywood, if you want to make a movie, sometimes you have to kind of you have to kind of keep the woke at bay, and like the woke was coming for that movie. The woke was coming. That almost got that. And in a way, it's like some parts of that movie looked like they had edited out the woke because Catwoman lives with some other woman. I mean, people have roommates. That's a thing. But I mean, I don't know what the context was. And she didn't seem to care about it. Like she didn't see like that person gets deleted. And it just seemed to be, it seemed like there were a lot of dropped plot threads in the movie. And I felt like the car chase was really long and not edgy enough. Like for a movie where all the dialogue was edgy, the car chase was like sort of, I don't know. It didn't do it for me. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm the opposite. I liked the car chase scene. There's a lot of things I liked about it because it felt more real. The Batman's Batmobile is my favorite Batmobile because it's as realistic as you're gonna get to. I'm looking for a piece now. Damn it!
He had like an urban survival, normalish kind of car.
Yeah, it made sense. Like your first car is not gonna be like a souped up supercar.
I'll say this: it's the most well conceived.
I'm gonna go look for another piece.
It's the most well conceived Batmobile that made that to as far as objectively making sense for the kind of car you would have if you were Batman. It looked like it could survive the beating it took. I'll give it that.
When you can't find a piece, you have more Legos. So I'm going to dig around to find the piece I'm looking for.
This is like my least favorite time to be a YouTuber because soon I'm going to have my air conditioner on and it's going to have to just keep going.
Oh. That's no fun.
What's no fun is Elon Musk still hasn't addressed my Twitter problem from October.
What's your Twitter problem?
Oh, you didn't hear about that one? I complain about it enough. I had a Twitter account nuked because I said that I thought that there should be an airstrike by a dragon on the Harfoots from Rings of Power.
Oh.
Yeah, and I guess an Amazon bot got me because for violence, but can you have violence by something that doesn't exist against something else that doesn't exist? Isn't that like saying I want to kill everybody on the UFO? Right? Until we see the UFO and know it exists. You know what I mean by that.
Yeah.
Now that I have a Cardinal Sin challenge coin, I don't think I'm allowed to deny UFOs out of hand.
So then this goes somewhere. I don't know where it goes. I don't know, man. Oh, it goes in here. My name is Steve, and I messed up. Flip those up. Slide that in here. Flip this up. See, we're getting somewhere, ladies. Bingo. Yahtzee. I've been thinking about this. Someone who's watching this who has ASMR, like, I love listening to ASMR stuff for some reason to relax and fall asleep. If someone's watching this, listen to this, this is like their dream come true. They're like, oh my gosh, I'm relaxed and watch someone's going to fall asleep.
You know what? That view still counts.
Yeah, I know.
And I've enjoyed watching builds. Sean Carter does some good builds.
It's fun, man.
It's a viable way to entertain YouTube.
It's just, if you have the patience just to do it, all I'm doing is ASMR is pretty much where it's whispering like this, and it has like you get chills, and that's pretty much what it is in a sense. But I like it. It's fun. That's a little tidbit about me.
Disney Shoe Predators, right? By the way, Phil Hartman was probably the funniest person ever.
Ooh, so who's your favorite comedian of all time?
Of all time. What do you mean? Like as far as impactfully being an impactful stand-up comedian where they just go up there and blow the roof off the place?
Yeah, like who, in your opinion, who's the best of the best?
Aside from me, when I go up there and do stand-up comedy,
sure,
maybe Richard Pryor was the best, and then Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy was really fucking funny. His Bill Cosby routine has aged quite well.
Yeah, I would say Robin Williams is my favorite.
I have a problem watching Robin Williams because of what happened to him. I
Yeah.
can't watch any of his movies. I got sad right away because I love, like everyone else, I loved Robin Williams. We all did. He was a gift. And then when he passed away, the way the press acted was disgusting. Remember that? I don't know. Did you see that horrible press conference after he died?
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of how they treated it. I met him,
Oh,
and he was a really great guy. So when it comes to like the passing of celebrities or famous people, it doesn't really affect me to the point that some people will, because I understand life is life and death is death, and it's going to happen no matter what, and you have no control over it. You don't.
well,
And
yeah.
it's when he passed away, I was like, you know what? I get it. I understand why. And it's sad, but it's like, it happens, and you have no control over that. And you just have to move on and just deal with things like that. I mean, it's the same thing with like in families. Like it happens, man. It sucks, but Richard Pryor was one of my favorites.
Live on the Sunset Strip, that whole 90-minute routine, my God.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't even know what I'm making right now. I'm making something. I'm making something. Making something.
Check your
Any
StreamYard
those?
waiting room here and there. Oh, I don't see any private chat comments.
You don't?
I don't see anybody saying that they're stuck in the green room.
Oh no, I can see it. Yeah.
I decided to see if Goatfather was around.
Yeah, where is that man? Where's my producer?
I don't know, but I'll say this as a gift to any live stream he's on.
Do you want me to text him?
No, that's cool. He might be
Yeah.
doing something. He knows the deal.
He ain't doing shit.
He might be working. He said he told me when he gets fed up, he works out. So I just imagine that he like works out, picks up his phone for about 2.5 minutes, and then just like throws it across the room and starts like working out again. Like he's like the most jacked guy in the world.
Yeah, it's I love he was Goatfather is probably one of my best friends, and how am I supposed to put this together? Oh, I do it like this. Well, there's another piece there. Oh, there, okay. We're doing that. What the fuck?
He's really fun to do a stream with because he might not talk a lot. Like when he's watched Star Trek with me a couple of times, like the bad Star Trek, and like he'll just disengage from the episode. And by the time I look back at StreamYards, because I have to watch the episode, his avatar has changed from whatever it is to a dumpster. And then like I'll watch a few more minutes of Star Trek, and then the dumpster will be on fire. And then when I look back again, it'll have the Star Trek Picard logo inside of the flames. And then at the end, it'll just say secret hideout on like the fucking front of the dumpster. And it's but like it's almost like vlogging. But by the end of it, it's like he in real time creates a hilarious avatar.
Okay, so I was listening, but here is the problem I have. So with this, there's this little piece here. It usually you'll see arrows. It doesn't show for that. Pain in the ass. Anyways, to answer your question, Big Daddy, someone had a question.
What is ASMR?
No, it's Big Dave
Auto-
K asked Steve, when's Tulsa King season 2 coming out? As far as I know, they are filming it. It'll probably be coming out the same. Usually, what
filming's gonna end in 7 days.
What?
Film Actors Guild goes out on strike in 7 days.
Oh, But
Sympathy strike.
they usually what Taylor Sheridan does is whenever the next season, it comes out when the first season came out. So it's, I think February is when the first season of Tulsa King came out. Then that's when the second season is going to come out. They do that with everything. That's how he plans everything. So it's, I hope that answers it.
I think
I can't wait for it.
What I can't either, and I think that we've seen that Taylor Sheridan is a really good creator of worlds.
Oh, he's
Sheridan
phenomenal.
verse, should we call it that? Is it? Are we allowed to? Has anyone
we
tried
can
it
do
yet?
that. It's
So the Taylor
he's a
verse.
solid dude. He is not woke by any stretch of the imagination.
No, but he can write strong women that no one can impugn. When Helen Mirren blows away that fucking pig farmer or whoever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
That was a strong moment, and I wasn't bothered by it. And Harrison Ford, equally strong. You could see them together. It made sense.
I have not seen that season yet, but I know the season that
I only gave away the first. Actually, it happens in the first 2 minutes of the first episode. So
I might have. Maybe I've seen that one.
I know that Yellowstone is an entertainment resource to be jealously guarded, but we have to have Paramount Plus to do our job.
Yeah. And Big Dave K, Taylor Sheridan he might be up there to save Hollywood. I don't know what I'm building here. I'm building something.
He's proliferating a lot of content that all looks good. 1923. Their World War I stuff is on a good enough budget so that when they've only flashed back to one battle scene, so they made it real believable. To me, at least, it seemed very believable. When we see them moving their herd and stuff, it's very believable. All right. What's up, my brother? Let's hear it. Let's hear the sounds.
Pew, pew.
I want to hear.
I didn't even put that in right. What the? Oh, what the stupid. Oh, it goes.
Little pig, little pig. Let me in.
Who doesn't love this man?
How's it going, buddy?
I'm
doing pretty good.
I couldn't just join without something Lego themed. I actually saw you as I was somewhere else, and you popped up as a suggestion on the screen.
Wow, YouTube suggests me on things now.
Wow.
I guess if you
better pull out a weapon really quick.
Then yes,
you better put your gun down in the middle of the build. Grab your fucking pistol.
Shit.
So, by the way, I build better with my Sig Sauer on the table.
So what are we building?
Oh, we're building
It's
this
a
guy.
3D printer gun. No, it's a pretty hot Lego sports car. Is it a Maserati?
Ooh,
Or is it a
okay.
McLaren?
You don't know your cars, man.
I don't.
No, that's a Bugatti.
And by the way, no one in New York really has a great car because you just destroy it, right? You store it in an outer borough and you drive it either on Long Island or upstate. Like no one wants to have their car in New York. You use it to drive out of New York.
Well, I mean, I presume U-Hauls aren't cheap, so.
You know what the weird thing is? New York's population refreshed in like maybe the worst possible way. The last round of gentrification, it convinced every rich person from a town. Like no one was happy being the richest person in the biggest town within 100 miles of Milwaukee. They had to take their parents' money and come to Brooklyn and buy a shithole apartment that Lena Dunham would have passed on and pay like $16,000 a month rent for it and make everyone else's life that much harder.
Jeez.
Standard big city bullshit.
You know what? It's real estate people and the way they were able to sell Williamsburg. Most of Brooklyn is just called Williamsburg now. It's such bullshit. Like you're in Greenpoint, you're like 3 towns away, and it's like, yeah, it's Williamsburg. It's like, no, it's totally not Williamsburg.
So as I put this here, pray to God I get it right. Hey. watched someone actually watch this show, and they were like, "This is bullshit." I'm like, "Come over here, mother trucker."
Wait, who said that?
I don't know if someone did.
Oh, there's actually a good amount of builders. When you look for it, you'll find it. It's just like if you build it, they will come.
If you build it.
All right, John Wayne.
That's Kevin Wait, no. Whose voice is that?
Ah,
Whose
it's
voice
James
is
Earl
that?
Jones and Morgan Freeman.
But
No,
the
it's
voice
Earl-
is
James
the
Earl
voice
Jones
might be
and-
Morgan Freeman, right? Because we see
No.
James in the movie. Darth
Freeman's
Vader
not part
just
of it.
plain old likes baseball.
Yeah. We're getting somewhere, guys. We're getting somewhere. I don't know where, but we're getting somewhere. There we go.
Hey there, John Cipolla.
Oh, hey, Disney Sheeper is here. I actually only started looking at the comments just now.
You look at the comments.
Yeah, well, you
Yeah, right. It's not my
build.
stream.
I presume you already saw Big Dave K's. I like Yellowstone, but I gotta admit, 1883 and 1923 even better for what he
19
likes.
Yeah.
I think what happens is Paramount, for all their problems, and they are having problems, but
I know why they're having problems.
Star Trek is tanking them.
No, it's not that.
I like what I
help
just
it.
It's not
heard.
even. I know why.
I want to hear
So they spent billions of dollars with Showtime to merge together. That's why. It has nothing to do with Star Trek. It's all because of the they're trying to branch out their platform a lot more.
So, you want to know how I know when people are paying real good attention to things? Disney Sheeper gave me 2 little animals, which is usually I put 2 goats in the chat when I enter someone's chat. So that's how I know he's paying
Yeah.
attention. But John there says, well, since you are building a car that oh boy, I gotta start over. This is actually kind of funny to it. Well, since you are building a car, the appropriate phase or phrase is building a car that is going nowhere fast. It'll get there.
There we go.
Now I'm the one fudging up the darn chats.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. Ah. Damn, this is such a freaking long.
this. Making
What
progress.
get myself into, man?
It was weird to turn on Paramount Plus and see that Showtime tab. I hadn't realized it was there. When did that show up?
Ooh. I don't
3 months,
know.
2-3 weeks ago.
No, it's been there for a while.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh.
I just only turned it on to watch the Jets. And
You guys see
Star
what
Trek.
got added to Netflix?
No.
Black Mirror.
Oh, I don't know about that one. Skull Island. It's a animated series, but what I can tell right away is they use the same, more than likely, the same people that drew and did all the animation for the animated series of Voltron, because the characters are kind of identical, and the eyes, the shape, everything's overly identical.
Yeah.
So if you're in the animation, I suppose give it a try. I finished the first one; it's not too bad.
Is it like Kong's Skull Island, or is this something
Yeah,
else?
Kong. It's like Kong Skull Island.
That was not the worst movie, even though it had Captain Marvel and
Bleh.
Secret Invasion in it.
Yeah, this is just
So
the
you have
animated
Secret
series.
Invasion.
I haven't gotten past the first episode so far.
I started watching the new season of Black Mirror. It's okay.
Never seen any of that.
It's like a good modern version of Twilight Zone.
It's basically what it. Yeah, good description. It's a good. You should start by watching the Star Trek one, though. Honestly, that
No.
might
That
be
one
their
was a
best.
good
No.
one.
That episode
No,
was
it's
so
no,
good.
It's a good that Star Trek one. It's really good.
It's
Oh, you mean Star
really
Trek
good.
episode of Black Mirror?
It's
Yeah, their version.
Oh,
of it.
okay, yeah. So it's like Futurama doing one.
It's
Okay.
not actually Star Trek. It's very, very, very close. But what the deal is, and we find this out right away, it's not Star Trek. Someone has built an open world simulator game, and he can upload you into there like in Tron.
Well, don't tell him all of it.
I probably won't watch it anyway, or if I do, it won't be for quite a while. I don't have access to that.
This guy creates his own Star
wait, is
Trek
that-
world.
Is it on Netflix actually, or?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's really good.
then I
It's a
do
good
have
show.
access.
Start with the Star Trek one.
No, actually, what you should do is just start from the first one, because
yeah.
they all connect.
The Star Trek one is only like 4 in.
It's I like. Oh, poop! I gotta grab that one now. Come on, man.
By the way, congratulations on like a very different and touching Manorama last night.
Oh man, that. Jeez, man, you
Once
learn
Rod
some
Thunderheart
things.
worked through the beginning of his hesitance, and
That
he
was
just
a
opened
Rod
up.
episode, everyone.
Yeah, that was.
That was a Rod and Mexican Iron Man episode.
And he
It
didn't
was
really-
good, dude.
Yeah,
I loved
Mexican
it.
Iron Man was. I love Mexican Iron Man. I hope I get to stream with him again one of these days soon. I look up to him. I think he's a great YouTuber, and I love how he has the numbers just at his command. And at the risk of sounding anything but a fan, I wish we could clone Mexican Iron Man and put him into every middle school classroom in America, because he makes math interesting, and he could turn around our nation's literacy problem if we could have 100,000 math teachers cloned off Mexican Iron Man.
So, John, we've been doing the Manorama on Rumble pretty much exclusively. So, I don't know how to do notifications or anything over there, but you should be getting them. We haven't been doing it on YouTube for how many weeks now? Or episodes or whatever?
Been a few months.
Yeah.
And by the way,
YouTube was
Yeah, I gotta
screwing
put my
with that.
hands in the. No.
I guess I'm talking to the right people now. Is it John Zapola or James Caserta who accidentally found himself blocked by Doomcock?
Oh, people have been reporting that today, that people have been blocked or muted, that they have never blocked or muted. They're like, wait, what's going on here? I'm noticing a lot of weird shit with Twitter.
This person loves Doomcock, and if they disagree with them, they were disagreeing with them in the kind of way that Doomcock's not brittle. Like if you say, I disagree with you on anything except maybe Blade Runner, because he's made the thesis on that one. He'll engage with you until you have a right to enjoy it and stuff like that. He doesn't get angry. So I can't understand. This was like one of the most harmless people as far as the way they interact. Just very nice. If they disagreed with him at all, it would have been respectfully. So I think it's just, it's a YouTube. It's a good. Twitter has been fucking weird. You ever pull up your emojis and they're just all flames?
No, but I noticed lately when I go to comment on stuff on YouTube, it just pulls up Pride stuff immediately.
That's all.
I don't know what you guys are talking about anymore. I'm not on Twitter.
Hey Steve, this didn't make it on Manorama, but maybe you'll enjoy this. Ready? Everybody knows that because I'm adopted, I have two fathers, right? In a way. Only one dad, but I have two fathers. Now, I was born on the night of the Stonewall riot. And I can honestly say this one. You ready? One of my two fathers was at the Stonewall riot. He was dressed as a cop. It's not how it sounds.
Ooh.
Well, the father who adopted me was NYPD Riot Squad. He was down there.
Yeah, so apparently you can't use a GIF of Punisher on Twitter or you get your ass banned.
Oh, he didn't even really use a Punisher GIF. It was like a
No,
guy
I
in a
did.
T-shirt being like disrespectful.
No, it's
It was the
it's
Netflix one.
Yeah.
It was a GIF of someone who had a Punisher T-shirt on, and I don't know if you could tell from the GIF, especially if you did it on your phone. How bad did you get?
Permanent.
Are you kidding?
They call it violent speech. But it's like, why would you guys put something in your GIF library or be accessible if you have a problem with it being used?
Is Tenor Keyboard their own thing?
I don't know. But, if you have a problem with some of the GIFs people can access, maybe put a restriction on it.
Proactive filter. You know what? Twitter has really turned into Elon Musk's rings of power. It shows him and Jeff Bezos can both be stupid. This Twitter thing was never going to work out for him. He says things that people favor. Okay, he knows which way the wind is blowing. But maybe instead of firing 200,000 or whatever 20,000 people to make a splash, he should have fired like 8,000 people because clearly.
I think he should have cleaned house entirely, in my opinion. You want to get rid of the infection.
Don't you do that by turning it over he's the richest man in the world, right? So you start up another server farm elsewhere. You get somebody that you cross-train on both, maybe 5 people that you cross-train on both. I don't know. You're Elon Musk, get 50. You cross-train them on both. Then you send them over to work at Twitter One. You have them stay there for like a month. And then you flip the switch more or less flawlessly. Instead of just going in there and firing all the wokies. Or, he is the boss. It's not like they can spread their woke ideas. I mean, first of all, if you could make certain safeguards and then start working rolling shifts and don't make people come to the office.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Steve?
Let's go ahead.
Him actually. No worries. It's not like I'm right fucking here. No. Just building shit. I'm just trying to find.
Yeah, before you lose your what you're going to say there.
No, him. Yeah.
Musk on Twitter.
Him trying to I'm dropping things. Him firing that many people makes sense. I'll find it later. But yeah, it's him actually doing that. I agree with him on it.
I don't disagree.
I would have fired everybody.
He proved that a lot of them don't do any work, but it might have been he might have fired a few too many thousand people at once. I think I would have tried to shift operations. The last thing I would have done was I agreed with him making people come to work, but because of the kind of people we had at that job, I wouldn't have had them come back to work. I would have had my new people start reporting to work and be like, legacy employees get to stay at home. And I'd be like, yeah, learn. But and then at the workplace every day, just be cracking the anti-woke whip. It's let's be normal here. Let's let people have freedom of exchange.
I would have moved it straight to Texas or some other better state to operate in. But yeah, I would have fired everybody except for some of the lead IT guys. Keep the lead ITs.
You know why he is where he is? Everybody's where they are because the electricity is free for them there.
You're shitting me.
The deal.
Doesn't the dude have a plant with 500 solar panels on it? Why is he worried about electricity?
Oh my God. Let me tell you a story about a guy named Admiral Teague. He drove from New York to Florida. And when I got to, I believe it's North Carolina in the Raleigh area.
Yeah.
I started rolling past miles of server farms. There's all these buildings off the side of the road. They're server farms. They're near some of the colleges. Obviously, makes sense. They're near some of the other places. They're all over Raleigh in that area. Right? Is it Raleigh that's the one that's by the coast and Charlotte is inland,
so.
Right? This is how much I get down to South Carolina. But when you see the sheer size of the server farm buildings where Microsoft has their cloud technology stored and other people like Google has stuff down there, and I guess it's only for the East Coast. You drive for a good few minutes until you get to the other side of it.
Yeah.
I agree with John. I'm not buying one of his EVs. I probably won't buy any EV until there's a totally different battery technology where I can put it in my garage, workshop, or property without fear of it exploding into a ball of fire.
Oh, until that last part, I was going to say, well, they have that, but then you said without fear of it exploding into a ball of fire. Damn it, Goatfather, you always have to put these asterisks on things.
Hey man, I've worked around legal teams and shit. I know when to be specific on some things.
Yeah. You know what? That's one thing I did was I went to 1 year of a law school, and I realized that law school's reputation was so bad it was a waste of my time to be there. And I caught them in like 3 lies. So I got out of there and I got most of my money back. So I didn't end up in like the 10 years of debt that I would have ended up in. But I kind of got free 1 year of law school. The easiest thing was torts. How sad is that? It was so easy to do torts. I was like, they're like, you could be a great tort lawyer. And I'm like, yeah, too bad I can't understand the other concepts of the law.
Hey, Teague.
Yeah.
You can be a good tort lawyer.
They loved my arguments on like why it was still okay to collect like extra X amount of money, even though it was a don't walk here sign. I was like really good with like personal injury stuff.
This idiot walked across here.
You know, someone made one of those like partial nuclear or full nuclear cars. I'm sitting here thinking, well, I mean, it sounds like the stats, the specs are great, the fuel would last a long amount of time. But you know how other people on the road are. That thing would get smashed and irradiate everything.
Yeah.
Well, right now, isn't the problem with the electric vehicle that they say, and I've heard this from people I trust, that we're just shifting the carbon footprint from the where the rich man lives to where the poorest of people live by making like some of these batteries in like the worst place in the worst way.
Put it this way, there was like an African city. Half of the city was decimated to make a hand-dug mine pit for cobalt, which is typically dug by hand by children all day long to give to the people that make the EV cars, but to make the batteries and every other part of the car
I'll be right back.
is, okay, Steve, it's as much as about 200, depending on the vehicle you have, 200,000 to 500,000 miles of a regular vehicle in terms of emissions. And then after that, you have the fact that you're using a coal power plant to recharge your electric car.
Right. Here's the one thing I always wondered about, right? And honestly, this is actually a foreseeable, understandable solar power use. And I'm not saying it's a solution. It's just a use. On the hottest days here in New York, everybody's air conditioner starts to put extra strain on the grid that can bring down the whole city, right? Or at least like a borough, or cause rolling blackouts. What would be so wrong if Con Edison put a few solar panels, or everybody in New York got like a free like solar panel to help not solve anything except at peak times take strain off the grid in the summer? Because you wouldn't need a lot of them, because it'll, just add a few percent. And it would be a good way to fuel the research forward.
Well, the problem is apartments and high rises, but you'd have to install them in ways where thieves can't get to them, which is probably going to be difficult.
Vandalism's a bigger problem.
Yeah, east and west you also have to face as well. So on some buildings you might have to reinforce them to put on an additional kind of like installation on the roof to hold a bunch of solar panels. People that have land, they can easily generate far more power than they will ever use. Once you're in a condensed city, the good thing is you should be having tiny air conditioners because you don't need a full house one, basically. But depending on the power draws, how much you're going to need.
I saw, by the way, one of the more impressive acts of vandalism today I've ever seen. Somebody got up about 7 floors. Now, I think you can figure out how they got up most of the way. but they tagged their graffiti tag 2 stories high on the side of a Manhattan building.
Oh man, some people will even climb billboards just to put their stupid ass tags on.
Well played. You know what? It is a kind of dangerous and stupid thing to do, but someone, what they did across the street from my building, it's so. They put some thought into it. It was well conceived. They painted in the style of Egyptian tombs. They in the style of Egyptian tombs, a bunch of pigeons in a row profile across the top, like of the building, like the part that leads up to the roof, like from the roof to like the top floor.
Hey Jeff, you
And-
want to join?
Great.
What up, Jeffy boy?
Figure always. Most of us will give him an invitation if he shows up, if he wants to and whatnot. You know, it's good to have some good guys around.
You guys are good guys. What? Huh? I'm just kidding. Love you guys.
Not according to some of Twitter.
No.
Is it wrong to think that I should go downstairs in a little while and have a bunch of drinks?
You can knock your socks off.
I mean, they're literally below you. You guys just grab it, come right back.
I could do that too.
Yeah,
feel
why
like
stay
drinking
in
is
there?
beneath
That's
me.
dumb.
Yeah.
I
Did
always
you just
wanted
make a joke?
yes.
Man, that stood out like you wouldn't believe.
It was as bad. It was bad.
Not as bad as the property taxes over there, but yeah.
Yeah,
Ooh.
the property taxes here are insane. I don't know. Enough people think it's a fair exchange for the city to keep going. A lot of people do leave New York.
Okay, I got a proposition for you here.
Sure.
And I don't remember if this is there. I'm pretty sure it is. Let's say I could get your property, all New Yorkers' property taxes to $100 a year, but you would have to give up Cannolis and Carla's Bakery.
You know what they say: leave the gun, take the cannoli.
I have a better one.
Wouldn't go for it?
Star Trek.
I don't know. That's a tough choice, Goatfather. You found a way to put me in a moral quandary. I'm thinking hard.
I wouldn't hesitate at all. Then again, I don't want to be in New York or any shitty big city.
If I could take you out for cannolis in New York, you might have to reconsider that. We could go down to Little Italy. We'll go to the restaurant where The Godfather was shot. I think that's still a restaurant. Or we'll go to a place near it, and it has the same decor. What can I tell you? I like living in New York. Do I live in Manhattan? No. I live in an outer borough, but you know, I do enjoy the convenience. Like I don't need a car. That makes life so much easier. Like when I hear about the insane price of gas, I'm like, that's fucked up.
Yes, it is.
The fact that some kook in some country could just decide to be a douchebag and punish me and take away my Coca-Cola and my cable. I mean, what the fuck do I live in America for?
Wait, what? I'm missing some context here.
No, I just like that's one of the reasons why I got rid of my car was, well, first of all, I'm not very good at driving them. But the other thing was I felt like my income was being strangled here and there when there'd be a gas crisis and it would spike up to an unreasonable price. And then for like a couple of months there, it's like, well, what do I want? Do I want to drive to work or do I want the cable that I watch when I come home from work?
People still watch cable?
This was at a different time in history.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, man, that's these days it's not even a choice.
The last
You
I don't watch cable. I watch streaming everything, and now the Yankees finally have their own independent streaming app, so I can watch Yankee baseball.
Boo. What?
They're terrible, so yeah, you can boo them. And so are the Mets this year. Yeah, I think I'm gonna grab a beer. I'll be right back, guys.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
you do that. You do that. Yankees
I'm
fans.
gonna
Dirty.
I'm gonna go downstairs to the bodega
Dirty
and
man.
grab a 6 and
You
come back.
Yankees. You Yankee danky doodle fight.
Oh, come now! It's a team with 100 years of history. They've been in half of every World Series. You gotta love the good old New York Yankees.
Here's a question. Okay, before you go get your beer,
Go ahead.
what team won the first World Series?
That would be the Boston Pilgrims against the Brooklyn Bridegrooms or the Dodgers. Both teams changed their names after the series, but maybe not Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Brooklyn had been the Brooklyn Atlantics and the Brooklyn Bridegrooms going up to it, but maybe it was the Dodgers in time. Here's one for you. Who's the first team to play in more than one World Series?
Oh. Wait, more than one World Series?
Right. Which think about all that. All sports questions are always a trick question, but you can win drinks with them.
The Yankees.
The Dodgers.
Huh.
So with that, think on that one, and then I'll have another really good one for you.
All right.
I like how Disney sheepcoder is switching between streams. That man is dedicated.
I screwed myself over. You know what? I can't find peace.
Yeah, John, totally. Like, don't get me wrong, pop culture stuff is good, but like everything, in moderation. So we got a dude here building Legos, and Tegan and I just saying whatever
I'm
the heck
missing
we say.
pieces now. Hold on, I gotta move the desk over, so give me a second.
And if you ever are missing any pieces in the end and it's not in the box or whatever, there's actually a line you can call and they'll send you the missing stuff. Oh yeah, John, don't, whatever you do, especially if you're on Twitter, just don't talk politics. Just if you do your own show or whatever, just stick with the show. You're gonna one time or another attract the crazy people. I don't mind trolling them, but after a while, it just gets old hearing the same slur being thrown around constantly.
This is what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, what were you banned from Twitter for, John?
I'm gonna cheat this a little bit. Oh man.
Well, who knows is actually a good answer given what's going on. And then, like I said, there's a whole weird blocking muting thing where people are blocked and muted that weren't done so by the account holder. Really weird.
Crap, man. I can't find this piece. Of all the pieces in the world. Oh,
I think the reason why they won't let you delete the account is so you can't make a new account with the same email.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Well, there's confident programming, and then there's just shotgun it.
careful, Ranker Steve.
I'll figure this out later. No, wrong one.
I won't keep alcohol in the house. I'll just walk downstairs to the bodega and buy some.
Yeah.
That must be weird to kind of rent in that, because can you only get in and out during certain hours?
What do you mean?
Because you're literally above them, right?
No, I'm not a bum.
I said above them.
Oh, above it.
Jeez,
look,
man. Holy
look.
crap.
I was like, wait,
much
what are you
did you-
saying? I was confused. I don't live, not all of my apartment is above it. Some of my apartment, just a tiny bit, is above a bar, but a lot of it is above the entrance to the building, because the entrance to the building is like behind the bar. So you have to walk around to the back of the block. And so like where you walk in, there's like a big open lobby and the staircase. So like that mostly runs under my apartment, like the part where you walk, like the lobby for my building. And then some of it's over the bar and some of it's over the bodega. So it's really weird is as I walk around my apartment, the part that's over the bar, like I get a foot massage from the music coming up.
Ooh.
I'm so glad that the bar changed hands. It was like a rock and roll music bar, which was fine with me, but their sound system was so overpowered, like ridiculously overpowered. They when they were throwing out their equipment, I saw some of the stuff they had. It was just preposterous. It belonged in Madison Square Garden, and they would leave their jukebox on through it, and the bartenders were like cokeheads or something, and they would just leave the music on. If you know what you're doing and you work at a bar, first of all, you get tired of hearing the music anyway. You start to turn the music down as like when like it hits like 2 a.m. and you have a lot less people in the bar, because people are getting more intimate and talking more, and like if hookups are happening, they're gonna happen then. And then like you turn it down a little more at 4 a.m. when the bar is supposed to be closed, but you're still open, and you're supposed to kind of turn it off at like 4 so that people can sleep and have a little bit of life. But what they were doing was they were not clearing out the jukebox or turning off the sound system. So what you would hear was just Back in Black and Appetite for Destruction really, really, really loud. Like one time I walked into my bathroom to pee and like Back in Black was playing. And as I looked down, the water in the toilet bowl was rippling to the baseline.
It's like having a bunch of T-Rexes partying downstairs, huh?
I was just, the bar changed hands and now it's normal. Like sometimes it's a little loud and I'm like, I think about the nights I sat alone listening to Sweet Child of Mine over and over, and like the beginning of Welcome to the Jungle sent shivers up my spine. I was like, please, not again. I felt like I was at Camp X-Ray.
That city's messed up, man. Do you ever watch? And I don't agree with this guy on a lot of stuff, but he's pretty informative. You ever heard of Louis Rossman?
No.
He used to have a tech shop until recently. And then he left New York, but he saw this coming from a mile away. So his next business name when he moved to Texas was the same name, but he added the number 2 at the end. All of a sudden, he starts getting tax bills from the state of New York to collect New York business tax for the state of New York, despite the fact that he closed his old business and paid everything and moved and created a new business. So it's like, what? You guys are grossly overreaching. He's in Texas now. It's a Texas business. Screw you.
He would lose that even if he had to come back to New York to fight it. What it is it's idiocy by the state of New York, and they never should have tried to do it to the guy. But I believe that the state of New York will act ineptly in their best interest, because what happened is someone, and probably on the state level, stole my federal income taxes. And I never got them from a couple of years ago. And when I had, well, I guess we're not on anything that I guess I'm allowed to say things, aren't I, Steve? Right?
You can say whatever you want.
Okay, so my rep to Congress was AOC.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I had a problem, and her office was completely inept. And what sucked was she should have been the right choice because you're only going to get a Democrat here, right? I think we all know that, right? So
Yeah.
the deal was there was a Pelosi endorsed Democrat and her. So what would you choose, just knowing nothing else?
Move out of New
Trump.
York.
Well, he would never win anything in this state. New York State is
True.
not a place that he's very popular. See, I guess I knew of Trump before Ranker Steve was born. I read Art of the Deal.
I am Art of the Deal.
It's a fairly good book.
Hood.
If you've never read it, it's a fairly good book. The first Donald Trump book. It was a bestseller in like 1988. But I already knew who he was before then.
So right now I'm building the steering wheel. Looking pretty cool. This is what this is. Right there. And here is the
That is cool.
There it is.
But by the way, long story short, after my federal income tax got stolen, New York State still came around and took their share of my rebate out of my ass.
Oh, I believe it.
Oh, I had to pay them up front while I was already out of money, or they were gonna like have the marshal come by.
So later on, you should check out his channel, Tig, and he has a playlist of just New York stuff. That
He looks
state.
to be, is he like a Latino looking guy with like really?
Yeah,
short,
he
dark
looks
hair?
like he's always like super tired or something because
He
he's always
tweezed
got
his
like, bags under
eyebrows
his
to the
eyes.
point of being a little bit uncanny, but okay. He's got like
Bags under his
1.8 million
eyes.
subs.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I've subbed
But
it.
that New York playlist, wow, that's the state and the city are just the definition of incompetent.
The one thing we have that is good is a really good police department. I fully support my local police department. I don't know what kind of cops other people have, but I think that mine are reasonable. And if the NYPD has to arrest you, you've pissed people off and done a few things wrong. And I've seen people talk their way into and out of being arrested in this town.
Most places I'm used to. Yeah,
What?
most places I'm used to, you got to do your own thing until if the police ever help.
I was sad the last time I got in trouble. I flashed my dad's courtesy shield, and they still gave me a $50 drinking ticket for drinking beer in front of Yankee Stadium.
But you can only drink it in the stadium, I guess.
No, you're not allowed. You're allowed to drink beer in public, but it has to be like in a bag, right? Like they're not and for some whatever reason, you waive your rights to drinking in public when you I don't understand it. I mean, you can drink in public until you try to get off the train at Yankee Stadium, and then you can't because you drinking in public in New York City only requires that it be in a bag, which is, let's face it, that's class. A brown paper bag covers up the fact that you're drinking in public in a classy way.
It's about a $5 class or 5-cent class, but yeah.
You know what? Is there anyone more wise and do the right thing than the guy walking around sucking booze out of a brown paper bag? The mayor is the smartest guy in that town.
I see a guy doing that. He either doesn't give a crap, is a massive alcoholic, or that man's seen some stuff.
All the above.
So, John, where in Florida are you at now? You don't have to say. Because I used to live in Florida.
It is a pretty good book. The book is very readable.
Oh, Gulf Coast. Oh.
The other thing that happened to me the other day was I got caught in New Jersey, and I didn't realize this, you can't buy beer in every gas station in New Jersey.
Nope.
In New York, you can buy beer anywhere and everywhere until 4 a.m. on Sunday, and that's when they don't allow you to sell beer for 2 hours, so you can be ready for church.
That's
Bad idea.
different.
For those 2 hours, you know what a drag those 2 hours can be, because it's Sunday morning, so it's like 4 a.m. You want to just keep going.
As long as I can still get gasoline, I don't care.
Well, yeah, in a pinch, I'll drink the gasoline, but I'd rather have some more. By the way,
You would drink the gasoline.
I'm kidding.
Right.
I mean, Daffy Duck would, though. I mean, what would Daffy Duck do? He would drink the gasoline.
I don't know.
We don't give medical advice, by the way, or cooking advice. You want to hear something funny? I forgot about this. It's in my apartment. It's on top of my refrigerator. And I live above a bar, and they threw away 2 neon signs. My neighbors, who are
Oh no, I remember this.
Yeah,
Steve's not familiar with this, is he?
I don't think Steve knows this.
Yeah,
They threw away
you'd love
2.
this, Steve.
My neighbors destroyed one. It was a New York Jets neon sign, just to see a neon sign break. And I got there just as they did it, so I couldn't stop it. I saw it in midair. I was like, no, shh. And there was another one there, and it was a neon sign that worked fine. That just the bar was getting rid of it. This is like in 2017. So I grabbed it and I brought it up to my apartment, cleaned it off, made sure it got all the garbage and smoots off it. And first thing I realized is it was a pretty low effort and bad sign. It has 2 pieces of neon on it. I think it's blue and red, but it's Bud Light. Yeah.
All right. So that's the little cockpit.
Nice.
We've been doing this for 2 hours and 16 minutes. Holy crap.
You get a Bugatti. You get a Bugatti. You get a Bugatti.
Should I how long should I do this for? Should I finish this going live? 'Cause this is
It's 2,000 pieces.
sick.
I anticipate you finish it at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time. It's 11:18 now.
All right.
Do you think it? Wow. Ranker Steve's marathon build.
I'm sweating here, guys. I'll keep going.
The toaster does not make a good place to live.
No. Unless you're 6-fingered Jake from Cherry 2000, who lives inside of a structure of toaster oven boxes. Am I the only one who ever saw the glory that is the female Road Warrior movie Cherry 2000?
Probably.
They combine Road Warrior and Blade Runner, and it's Melanie Griffith is the female Road Warrior.
Yeah.
She's pretty hot. The whole movie's and the movie's kind of low budget and Corman-esque. It's fun.
You know, funny enough, on my second library, I have, let's see here, 6 Lego games apparently.
It's coming along, boys. It's coming along.
It's now becoming recognizable as a vehicle.
It's a what? It's a
A
vehicle.
vehicle. It's becoming
It's
recognizable.
supposed to be a
as what it
cake.
is. It's a cake. Exactly. Hey, by the way,
It's a cake, man.
I rolled through a birthday the other day.
You did?
Yeah. Without saying anything more, I'm now twice as old as PDB.
Ooh. Oh, fancy.
Oh, man. It was nice of you to stop by Saving Star Trek earlier. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
I'm liking what my Delta shift is doing. Solid numbers.
Wait, you weren't there.
I wasn't able to be there. I had to go do some very important stuff.
Yeah, everybody was trying to talk to Teague, including me, and it's like, wait a minute, I don't see him there. So I see the avatar, but I see like Appion talking.
I went in for a minute, and I guess when I dropped out, maybe they didn't kick my avatar for a while. I was able to talk to them for like 2 minutes with my Bluetooth headphones just to wish them luck. Then I spent the day doing some family stuff that was really important. And it kind of ate up my time. But then my after what was kind of depressing stuff, my aunt and my cousin took me out to dinner to celebrate my birthday. And it's weird because they're my genetic aunt and cousin, and they've only known me like 3 years. But they really dig me. They're like really nice. We have a great time together.
See, why do you need to buy a Lego set when you can just watch someone build it?
Yeah, a lot of people really like it. This is like, I believe that there's a Rumble tab for doing this.
Yeah.
Could you
There's
imagine
probably
getting-
one on Kick as well.
What's the deal with Kick? Should I go there?
I don't know. Is that made by like Kickstarter or something? Because it has a similar logo.
I don't know.
Buddy, I don't even know.
Did BitChute die? I haven't heard anyone talk about that.
I never really thought BitChute was going to make it, so I wouldn't be surprised.
I've created an Odyssey for Admiral Teague, but the deal is Odyssey seems to have some Reddit like social like credit thing where you have to go around and like, or they want you to buy access, and right now they're not selling it. So I was a little frustrated after setting it up, but then I looked and I was like, what's with this shitty company? Because like being the curious kind of guy I am, they seem to be owned by Google. So it's just like, why do I want to be on YouTube's attempt to go after Twitch?
Wait, how did Kick get the Twitch code? Jeff's saying that's what they did.
I'm
again,
reading that
not
now.
surprised because it looks exactly the same, and it just appeared. Every little appearance about it screams, "This is Twitch," but with another logo.
But what,
So,
like
yeah.
the Wild West thing there? Does that mean like they might be able to swim up the urethra of our like income stream to steal our
Oh.
money and our bank accounts? Is that what you mean by Wild West, or anything goes?
Why does nobody send me stuff that happens to get out, Jeff? Anyway, but what was your question again, Teague? Sorry.
I forget.
Yeah, so do I. But yeah, freaking. Oh, right, about it being the Wild Wild West.
Well,
So
yeah.
mostly-
Does it mean it's unsafe for us, the users, for like identity theft and stuff, or does that mean it's just like anything goes? That's what I.
Unpredictable, I would say, and it's mostly gambling from what I see. So yeah.
All right, let's gamble, ladies.
All right, I have a deck of cards. You have a deck of cards. Now,
I have a joke.
I did better than you. Take my word for it. You owe me money. Go ahead.
Maybe you can appreciate this, Teague. If I wanted to gamble, I would eat Indian food.
You eat what?
That's
Indian
food.
Yeah. Yeah. Snake surprise.
Oh my!
I don't know if I can bring myself to see Indiana Jones, even for my channel.
I'm doing it.
I watched almost all of them the other day. They were doing some repeats.
Crystal Skull is bad, but not horrible.
Yeah,
one's
you know, the
gonna be
second time
horrible.
around, it wasn't bad, but still, the darn Transformers kids, they could get him out of there.
I didn't mind Shia LaBeouf until they did bad things with him. I honestly appreciate him as an actor and a person, and I feel that
I don't.
Well, I don't know if he did anything overly bad. I do know that like when people get like blamed for something that wasn't their fault, I feel bad for them. Like he was in a drunk driving accident, but he wasn't the drunk driver. He was hit by one, and they had to rebuild his hand. Like he can't really move it much or anything. And like the story just like came out as Shia LaBeouf in drunk driving accident, and people thought it was him.
Did
Not
you
that
just
he
say
was an-
Sheila?
maybe I did, but not that he's a saint.
Yeah.
But in that one, seemingly innocent. Who's the greatest Boston Red Sox ranker, Steve? Is it terrible
David
Ted
Ortiz.
Williams?
No, it's David Ortiz.
Terrible Ted Williams served in 2 wars, and his squadron mates in his fighter squadron were so afraid of him that they didn't fuck with him, and they called him Terrible Ted because he would take all sorts of risks and just keep gunning the enemy after they are on fire.
You see, Jeff, the problem is the thoughts are moving there. That's the problem. Is most people already know it's not viable to do, especially when a certain fake person moved there that I won't give the benefit of being named, who I think has been given either a very large amount offered to be there, or otherwise just the split is enough to attract those kind of people. So all you're going to have is the people that worship fake individuals like that. And that's why I'm not going to bother with that platform.
Kick or
Yeah, Kick. I mean, Twitch, you just don't even bother with Twitch. But Kick is almost no different now.
I feel like Rumble was a great find for all of us.
Rumble is still fairly promising. Like I said, BitChute, Odyssey, stuff like that, never really believed in it. And I don't want to go into anything that's overly directional, like Truth as the alternate Twitter. I still don't trust, I really don't trust Twitter. But I don't really want to go the Truth either.
I understand your.
But if Twitter keeps screwing with everybody, then I don't know what we're going to do. We'll probably just not even use that crap.
Right now, you can get to Ranker Steve with smoke signals.
Yes.
Thank God we were all hooked up the old-fashioned way, so when this happened, we could communicate. I was pissed on your behalf. I also just had a bunch of stuff going on.
Oh, so it does it for him too. Okay, so it's not just me. See how it screws up the darn visual on there? It's like still partly there, but it's not.
On Rumble, it does it worse.
Yeah, you know, I would rather, in many cases, I would much rather YouTube just die. It's done. It forgot where it came from. It doesn't know where it's going other than licking the boot of large entities and being owned by one. So, of course, they make stupid rules. It goes from there. It's not viable in the long run, especially what's the split, like 50 or 70% in favor of them, something like that?
John Cipolla, is the YouTube audio awful right now? But, I mean, I could say that comment's true in a meta sense. Although we can never know if the YouTube audio, unless you're listening to a download for sure of, like, say, music, you can never know if it's YouTube or the streamer.
Half the time, well, yeah, I guess it depends. But usually I can always know when it's the streamer themselves. Because you see the delay and the lag, sometimes the audio will get desynced. It's like, your CPU is capped out. Calling it right now, that type of thing.
I want you to build me a computer and ship it to me so that I can take over so I can save Star Trek with it.
It's not going to be your driver, John. That would be a lot more obvious. In many cases, it's the platform dropping this or that or just lagging behind itself. There's too much crap at any given moment on YouTube.
I do pretty good on Rumble, though. I'm well positioned on Rumble as a sci-fi guy. It just goes to show that, like, what they say about Rumble isn't true. There's also people there with an appetite to be entertained.
Well, you see, John, I could recommend anything for you in that category. I mean, anything. But I have a habit due to...
What I mean.
Oh, dude, it actually works from the inside?
Yeah, well,
no wonder it's so
this.
intricate.
It's this little thing.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's still pretty cool. Yeah, John, depending on exactly what you want to do is what I usually recommend. But these days, go AMD. Don't touch Intel.
I use
The
Intel.
Intel on the
Jeez.
inside. Isn't that Christian Slater?
Minimum 24 gigs of RAM.
Yeah, but Christian Slater is the voice of Intel.
He is?
Oh, I don't know.
I think so. It's the Intel on the inside.
Yeah, let me put it this way, John. City Skylines, the first one, will use 11 gigs of RAM once you start expanding and building a lot. DCS, from what I hear, is very intensive. And I know for a fact DCS also likes to load kind of like the other Sims, where you want a graphics card that has memory. So I would suggest a 10 gig graphics card or higher.
And this is the guy to talk to, right? Sorry, Goatfather knows what he's talking about.
You have no idea. I'm not even allowed to say half the stuff I know.
At
I know
11:31
nothing.
on 11:31 on June 23rd, 2023, Goatfather's computer became self-aware. Hey, when is Judgment
Well-
Day? Do we overrun it yet?
Oh, well, according to Greta Thunberg, we had it, like 2 days ago or 3 days ago or something?
Greta Thunberg, now an adult,
Yeah.
have at it.
The 5-year thing has already expired. Pre-built, John? Oh, don't get me started on that. But that depends on like if it's Dell or HP or the system builder. But most likely, if you're getting a custom system build as a quote pre-built, you want to be really careful because most of the time you're going to be paying twice what you would to put it together yourself.
Where in the fuck am I supposed to put this shit?
It's just like when I fixed the brakes on my real car. There are some parts left over. So what?
What could go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong? That's why I only drive a subway token or Metro card, actually, these days. In the city of New York, the citizens are carried to work by the hardworking people of the Metropolitan Transit Authority. These are their stories.
I don't want to go to work.
You know what? The city falls into anarchy faster without them than without police.
Now, don't take this personally, John. Do not. Please do not for any reason. I've known a lot of supposed IT guys and engineers, and they're usually like 10 to 18 years behind on technology. You probably know what you're doing, but I'm just saying I'm used to people that are like in a computer-ish field, but they're working still on like just post dial-up tech. And I just put my hand on my face because it's like, how do you have this job with some of these guys? But yeah,
I'm doing everything backwards on this thing. Jesus, man.
system building is quite fun when, especially, it's more of like a hobby. Kind of like building a really expensive Lego where if you mess up the first time, you kill something.
This wasn't that expensive, actually.
I think most of the good like computer tech these days is $1,200 to $1,800. I need the video RAM, but I'm not paying that kind of money, man. Screw that. I guarantee you my next build is going to be 256 to half a gig of RAM capacity. I am sorry to hear that you ever bought a Mac. I have a strong hatred for Apple.
You know, Apple sold me a computer that couldn't do public uplink, do uplinks to most Wi-Fi, because they're like, "Don't worry, the next generation of Wi-Fi will be fine with it, and then you'll have a perfectly functional device." And we've given you unlimited customer care, and I'm like, "Wait a minute! So you're going to give me a permanent feel-good talk about the fact that by the time my computer can link to the to most internet and Wi-Fi, it'll be out of date?" Like, you're going to be still supporting it when
Yes.
that happens?
Welcome to Apple. Time for you to upgrade. Pay us $5,000 for the next model that's identical, but can work with some of the new stuff.
My
But if you want a game, forget it.
Android was my favorite intuitive operating system. It was easy as fuck. I'm
There's
dumb as a
versions that I
monkey.
hate. But yeah, Android's decent. These things could be better. I want a GUI that's like Windows, isn't Windows, but doesn't require a bunch of command line BS, and can work with Windows architecture. It's like run Steam and everything, you know?
By the way, Goatfather, I got to thank you for some of those, some help on some of those watch-alongs, and invite you right now to the watch-along. Maybe Ranker Steve wants in on this, but as you know, Admiral Teague, pretty proud of America, pretty proud of American holidays. I want to do an Independence Day watch party and discussion.
Day and time.
When I look at the calendar, it looks like Independence Day this year falls like in a really convenient time. Like, if you're a travel planner, you're loving this July, because it's Independence
Monday.
Day is a Monday. Yeah. No, it's a Tuesday. So maybe
Oh yeah.
so Saturday is the first. I'm thinking the window opens June 30th, or the first Sunday I do Saving Star Trek. So maybe Monday, because like, think about it, everyone will be traveling on Monday. It might do a lot of business.
Maybe.
And also, I love that movie, and
Oh, it's a great movie, man. Don't get me wrong.
I saw it in theaters, and it was one of the greatest trips to the movies in my life.
John says he's up to watch it too.
Oh yeah. You know what? I wish
Now you got to do it.
that's the kind of president we deserve.
I'm just gonna say what I usually say is I can't promise that I'll be anywhere at any time. You know how life is.
Yes.
That's why I don't make promises. I'll say we'll see.
Do you have a preference to be part of it?
I have a preference toward it. Yeah, I just
Yeah.
I
okay.
can never promise anything because I never know what will happen or when.
I would work with you, Appion, and PDB and Dark Helmet to try to get a time.
Don't work
appropriate.
around me time wise. Just do what you're gonna do, and if I can join, I can join. If I can't, I can't.
I can't fault a man for being a totally honest in their answer. Fine, that's great. I would
Yeah.
love to have you there though, because I think you'd love it. And Ranker Steve, oh man, your observations on practical filmmaking for that movie, I think, would be invaluable. We would be stopping the movie for a few minutes, or we would be talking for a long time after the movie about the explosion at the blowing up the White House.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool sequence.
That reminds me of shoot. The name already escaped my mind. Mars Attacks. Ha ha ha! They blew up Congress.
That movie's like the
Shit.
same year, except that I think, that movie's the same year.
Oh, John, all you really
Yes.
need to know is get at least 24 gigs of RAM, probably 36 if you're playing DCS and
Pretty sure.
Skylines
Pretty sure Mars Attacks is 1996.
32 plus, rather. My bad. Don't know why I said 36. Yeah, 32 gigs of RAM or more is start at 24, depending on what else you do, maybe 32, but no less than 16. In my opinion, no less than freaking 24. But yeah, Ryzen all the way, man. Get Ryzen.
Is this number 2? No. Shit. Maybe I need that one. I don't know. No.
It is
Why
only
number two?
8:40 p.m. by you, right?
Sure.
Am I doing the math? Right?
Yeah.
I'm really bad at math. I'm also really bad at remembering what part of the country it's what time in. Do you know? I had this idea, Steve. I don't know what you think about it. One America time. Same
Not
time
necessarily would
everywhere in
work.
America, and you adjust for where you live, and like you have time zone A, time zone B, and time zone C. So if you live in time zone C, right, you go to work at like noon a.m. in the morning from your perspective.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? You'd be there at like 12 because that's 9 o'clock in New York.
Yeah.
Or do I have it the other way around?
Yeah,
no,
it
you would
really
get there.
wouldn't work.
Your equivalent of 12 of 9 a.m. would be noon, right? And it would be East Coast time because that's where the capital is. So I think the whole country should be on East Coast time. I think it would unify us.
So, John, I'm going to show you something here. This is easily my favorite CPU. This particular series. Just put it up on the screen there.
What time zone is Hawaii in? Do they just go by LA time?
No, they're 3 hours behind.
So there actually are 4 time zones in the United States of America.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, if you're going to be doing video editing and a lot of stuff at once, Threadripper. Otherwise, just standard Ryzen.
Now, when will Hawaii get their NFL team?
They won't. I don't know.
Stick to surfing.
Yeah.
They don't have anything. They don't have a baseball team.
They got
the
a basketball
NHL is
team.
desperate enough. Do they have maybe they just have
College.
an inter-island basketball league?
Yeah.
Okay, all around.
Well, no,
machine,
they have a
Ryzen.
basketball.
I bet you that equally talented teams in even in a well-called game still provide a decent match. So it might not matter that it's not the Yankees to still have a good time.
Oh, but do not, John, do not use the X3D chip for any reason. Well, it's more the motherboards, but that's my reason why. Is there's a whole thing behind it. Just avoid that one.
Wait, I just bought 5 of them.
Wait, what?
I'm only kidding. By the way, you did a kick-ass job on all the Star Trek streams you joined.
Who?
Godfather.
What I do?
Both of you did a great job. Well, Ranker Steve always does a great job. I'll make that clear right now. I think he's a great addition when he comes on, and he usually gives a little bit of perspective on stuff that we can ask him about before he starts going into pure humor, which is always welcome because, like, God knows we don't want to watch any more new Trek. And with the old Star Trek, he just jumps in there and enjoys it most of the time. But no, you've been great with the new Trek, Godfather.
Oh, the other day I had a choice. I went in for a minute and I saw this weird thing where they have no oxygen, but it seems to be Earth. Makes no freaking sense. No, you know what? I'm just gonna watch the Crystal Skull. Screw it.
Oh, they here's the deal. They organized a scene where they wouldn't have to use anything, so it was a New York City street, probably in Vancouver, and that was probably real snow. And so he's wearing his COVID mask, right? Because they don't even. This is the most imprecise dialogue, and this is what I hate about their filmmaking. He goes, I've gone to Shitholio 4 because of whatever, because I need to get single female lawyer to defend number 1. It has an atmosphere toxic to humans, but the locals have acclimated to breathe it. He doesn't say the locals are humans who've acclimated to it, which is what needed to be said. He just says the locals. So I don't know if she's a human or a human-like alien. And then when she gets to the planet, the scene where they talk about what she's going to do when she gets there happens after she gets there and does it. It's edited out of order.
Dang it, Tig. You're going to make me do it. Hold on.
The frog or the dumpster fire.
No. This one's going to be a little new. Relatively speaking.
Check that out. I'm surprised two people are still watching this, man. That's cool.
It's for
There's
all
some dedicated
ages.
people. Yeah.
That's only the YouTube count of active browsers. People could.
Well, I put it for
listening to
adults. I
conversation.
put it for adults only, just because
Well,
I
we
don't
curse.
know how conversations are gonna go.
So, Tig, you said the words. You must pay the toll.
Prepare the water
Well, he's
cooler,
not.
that we may gather around it later and discuss things.
Well, here's a funny thing.
Single female lawyer fighting for
Fighting
her
all the
client,
time.
wearing sexy mini skirts and being self-reliant. Single female lawyer.
Sorry, Steve. You were saying?
I thought you were gonna kick him off because he said Star Trek. This isn't Manorama.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. But yeah, it ain't that, so I don't care.
You know what? He's
You
really
lucked
good.
out.
He has a real talent at it. Wow, I went to hail Andy and he hailed me first. I love Andy. He is so fucking funny.
Andy Masterson or somebody
Yeah,
else?
no, Andy Masterson. He is so funny, and he's so nice. He's always really cool to me. I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Was that one? Oh crap! I was looking at that one too.
You notice this, Tig?
Hold on a second. I was saying hello to some other people. Just being. Oh my god! Single female lawyer having lots of sex.
You got to love how they can fall for just about anything.
What, the people from Persei Omicron 8?
The Omicronians, yeah.
First of all, I gotta say, I think they're the funniest aliens ever conceived.
Oh, they're the best. Remember the freaking Poplars episode?
Oh, when we found out that we were eating their young.
Mm-hmm.
No. Yeah, isn't it amazing? Even like when they get to like having Nibbler, who should have been like a deal killer because he was like overly cute. It's just it doesn't kill it. And is Nibbler's voice Kelsey Grammer?
I can check. Hold on.
Yeah, I feel bad that sometimes
Frank Welker. So big no on it being Kelsey Grammer.
It's really close. He's obviously doing it in the style.
Yes, he is.
Did
How
anyone
you guys doing in there? You guys holding up?
Did anyone see that Biden doll that someone made?
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh. No, I haven't.
Was that made by anyone we know? Or is that something that someone bought? Because it was so clever.
It was made.
By who I think it was made by, right?
Yeah.
I just want to say America is an amazing country because even if you are a fan of the person of Biden, this is freedom of speech and the beauty of freedom of speech. Somebody that we know, our friend, made.
Well, I think they did. I don't know.
All
They
right,
might
if they
have.
at least saw it and retweeted it, it was if whoever made this doll, this action figure of Biden, It was hilarious. You didn't have to be political to find it funny. And if you supported Biden and you still didn't find it funny, you're too uptight. Honestly, you should be able to laugh at this. It was Biden, and the face was really funny and articulated, and it was an expression we'd see, like the angry, confused face he makes sometimes. And he's wearing a bathrobe. He's wearing a shirt that says "Free Candy," and Chinese Communist Party boxer shorts. And I'm like, this is the most beautiful expression of free speech. This person just sat down and made this hilarious, mockery of someone they didn't like, and they put some art into their statement. I respect that a lot, and that's one of the greatest things about this country is the freedom to speak, and the freedom to express yourself.
Hell yeah!
And
I forgot to ask.
Everyone should join Rumble.
Jeff, why don't you like the 3070? Just curious.
What is that? Is that
Video card.
computers?
The video card.
Yeah, Boomer Admiral Teague has reel-to-reel tapes and like an arc electrical thing in the corner of his apartment to be online.
Thought you used AOL CDs still, man.
That's right. I use AOL CDs. My computer has a disk drive and a floppy disk drive.
Speaking of boomer tech, did you ever see that channel that recreates music with like a crap ton of floppy drives?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
That's cool, man.
I saw someone make it play Africa by Toto.
Man, trying to find a piece is a pain in the butt.
So
Yes.
you got an amazingly warm shout out. Was it yesterday from Culture Casino? Who I loved that part of my day. The 6 minutes is just I really
Yeah, he gave
enjoyed
me
it.
a shout out.
He gives me a nice one every time too. I think he knows that we're down. Either that or he just watches Saving Star Trek. Who knows?
There we go.
I wish he had more subs. Yeah, me too. I wish I had more subs too. I deserve more subs.
I still haven't decided what I want to do. I'm still thinking of making like a Rumble morning show or something. I don't know.
I would have. I'd be able to help you out with that one for a while. If you needed me, that'd be fun. Broadcasting is fun.
It can be. Sometimes it can be a chore too. It really depends on a lot of things. But yeah, especially this day and age, you practically have to walk on eggshells in so many platforms or be careful of this and that. That's why you got to find your own niche. Is that way you can find out what you can say and where, and that no one's going to try to cause problems.
It's funny. The part of my stream was taken down by YouTube, but it was not messed with at all by Rumble. So,
Are you surprised? Probably not. Well, I mean, I suppose that's the ever
I'm a little
unfolding
surprised.
with-
I'm a little surprised because it was copyright related. Maybe they're just more willing to call transformative something else.
Even then, you got to be super careful with YouTube. But
No, I
Yeah.
mean like Rumble. Rumble didn't care that it wasn't that transformative. I lost track of what I was doing, and I played like 4 minutes of Strange New Worlds. And
oh yeah, don't do that. Definitely don't do that.
Rumble didn't care.
Shit.
Yeah, John's pretty much right, but that's also the problem is in the same thing. He says he's with us and not the big boys because we take the time to get to know the audience. That's always what I did with every single channel I've ever ran. But the problem is, the bigger you get and the more active people are in the chat, it's like, okay, we got to do something because we can't address everybody, and we'll never be able to, once it's so big. I think that's where subscriber only or like longtime fan stuff is for. So you can get back to your core audience, but you can still do shows for everybody. So you don't lose the people that made you in the first place,
Once you're monetized, it's got to be like a member only live stream every once in a while where you really give it to the floor. Klobby, when he does them really well, but he's like maybe a little behind on his. But Clobbering Times is a channel that everyone should sub. I like being a sub of Clobbering Times. I like him.
He's a cool dude.
Yeah, he is. He really is a very nice guy. And what he can do is, I found this as a person who likes to opinionate on pop culture, and
you do?
I do. I do. I just, I'm also a
I would have never guessed.
recovering recovering person who is formerly more left than they are now. I made a few mistakes.
It only happened once.
May have gone a bit too far in a few places. No, you know what? I live in a city full of people who are. I realize now, it's still a failed city in a way that one political party should not have full sway.
Especially over an entire state when it's detrimental to everybody. The city should never control the whole state.
I just want to say this. Our New York Democrats, aside from AOC, are much more big business friendly and normal than the California Democrats, who are just like fruits and nuts. And they're like the fucking breakfast cereal. It's like the fruits, nuts, and twigs. Fuck, the California Democrats are really... maybe AOC is California style out of everyone in New York. And like there was a Supreme Court case where it was considered that the Republican Party was at a disadvantage. And so we created, or the legislature created, a Republican district where there was it was pretty much assured the Republicans would win because it was judged that the Democrats had gerrymandered. So the best way to fix that was to gerrymander a Republican district, right? To try to get the numbers right. I don't understand the legal reasoning, but that's what happened. Remember, I only went to 1 year of a Floridian law school, but it was just. It was a crazy and bad idea.
I'm working on the bumper.
What? Jeff, I never... Yeah, it kind of looks more like a little racing drone so far.
It's starting to get there, yeah.
But Jeff, I never really count how many of what is on the screen. But I know when I do some of my larger work, in terms of particle count, there can be over 1 million particles on the screen at once. And that just is devastating to render over time. It's not fun. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen any of your work. But, yeah, who knows? Yeah, some of this stuff is just intensive on everything.
Get in.
Whatever, what? Back to Independence Day for a minute. How many man hours do you think it took them to build that White House that they blew up?
Oh, I don't know.
300?
It took a while. It doesn't have to be that many.
It looked perfect when it explodes. It's a really perfect... Man of Steel CGI White House explosion isn't as good. Or that's the Capitol building, but close enough. People get it.
Jesus, man, this thing is crazy. Oh, man.
Was it? I guess for Ranker Steve, it was like seeing Star Wars for me, seeing Independence Day, huh?
No, because the first movie I ever watched was Star Wars: Empire Strikes Back.
I mean, as a theater trip, but okay, wow.
Oh yeah.
Was Empire Strikes Back what you said was your favorite movie?
Yeah. Or no, it's not necessarily my favorite movie.
What was the one you named? You shocked me.
It's Braveheart.
Braveheart is a really good movie. I just have a problem with the fact that Mel Gibson took an Academy Award away from Independence Day, which I think is a slightly better movie. I really love Independence Day. I'm more a sci-fi guy, and also as a history guy and a stickler, there's a couple of mistakes. I understand it made it a better movie, though. I don't have a problem with it. I don't consider it a historical document, and it's not a Mel Gibson directed movie. Braveheart. If Mel Gibson had directed it, it would have been a lot more historically accurate because he's great like that.
Who? Braveheart?
If Mel Gibson had been in more of the driver's seat rather than Randall Wallace and other people, I think that it would have been a lot more historically accurate because there's a couple of historical errors.
It's a Mel Gibson directed movie.
Speaking of historical documents,
but he didn't write it.
No.
Yeah, he directed it. He didn't have charge of he was and it's early on in his directing career, isn't it?
It's his first movie or one of.
So he does a great job and he wins an Academy Award. But I think we all know We Were Soldiers is probably a much more complex movie that's directed just as maybe better. I mean, that movie's incredible.
Yeah.
But I did for instance, I think Mel, if he had been more than just a director, if he had input on the script, he would have had some of these historical mistakes that were in the movie removed. And I'm not really. I guess I shouldn't. Should I mention them?
You can.
There were no.
You could do it.
We don't think they had tartans at that point.
Yeah.
But the cool thing is, it was filmed on my friend's neighbor's farm in Longford, Ireland. So if I ever go to Ireland, I have a chance of eating one of Braveheart's cows, with descendants of Braveheart's cows. It's like a hamburger.
Yeah. I'm trying to find a piece and I can't find it. Damn it.
Oh, look, it's the I love these aliens. I forget what they're called. The termites or something? The Thermans? Thermians. You know what's really cool about them? None of them ever lost faith in Galaxy Quest.
Well, it is also all they really knew. I mean, they had nothing. All of a sudden, they started getting these transmissions, and they remind me of Drax the Destroyer. They took things a little too literally.
They're Persei Omicron 8, but much, much nicer.
Pretty much.
They're friendly Persei Omicron 8.
And they were able to replicate sci-fi technology and even make exactly a secret weapon without knowing what it is. They managed to make exactly what it was theorized to be. So that's impressive.
Well, here's the thing. They're 500 times more advanced than us. So they just took their technology and imposed it.
This goes here.
Does anybody think Mr. Allen's career was affected by the fact that he was outspoken in a political way?
I wasn't aware of him other than in movies.
Tim Allen's like a Hollywood Republican.
Oh, Tim Allen.
Oh,
yeah. Lately, yes.
Go fuck yourself.
Lately, definitely.
I was like, what you talking about, man?
I think he's not being considered for roles. But then again, not to be outdone, he's sort of capitalistically. I'm not a fan of the Santa Claus movies, but he found a way to make himself some money, and those movies serve a role. I'm sure there's some families that really enjoy them, and it's got to be better than Polar Express.
Yeah.
Is that the most disturbing movie around Christmas? That's the most disturbing Christmas movie.
Wait, how's it disturbing?
You don't feel the animation was was rendered in such a way to put it in what they call the uncanny valley?
Not really, no.
The Polar Express starts to build up on me as creepy, and every few minutes after about an hour, it's creepier and creepier. And Ranker Steve, if you could ask your audience, I'd just say put up a poll like, is Polar Express creepy? I want to, or just answer in the comments, everybody. Am I wrong here? Is Polar Express just a step too? It's too real, but lacks enough reality. The uncanny valley is where things are like they almost make it but don't. They're just too. You know what the definition of the uncanny valley is? She-Hulk, like not the
What's
show,
the question?
The way she looked. Is Polar Express creepy or not? Is Polar Express creepy?
Yeah, they can just answer in the chat. No need to
You don't have
take
to do a poll.
up half the damn chat.
All right, fine. Whatever.
We'll look. Let's see.
We're up 3 hours. There we go.
What is Michael Beacom and James Caserta are having quite the conversation. Did you get stung by a bee, Michael?
That's it so far.
Oh, okay. It was just the HVAC repairman. That is stressful not having air conditioning as the summer rolls into most of this country. Hey, Teenage Wasted Land. Hi.
I've not seen those users.
Loquacious Primate. Welcome to the channel.
Wow,
Jake
welcome.
Skyrocker. That's a great name. Don Lewis. Welcome. D-Pool. Could you imagine a pool full of D's? I can think of some people who would jump into it.
D's nuts.
Is that Dylan Mulvaney?
No, D's nuts.
D's nuts. If you can
Ew,
see
gross.
what these
I'm
nuts,
not gonna.
if you can see what these nuts have seen, you know, without the flattering camera and the professional photographer, it's not a very convincing.
What's not a convincing?
The person who just destroyed Bud Light.
Oh. Yeah.
They sometimes look remarkably preposterous. I'll just say it. I don't. Some look without the flattering lights and professional photography, they can't pull it off.
Well, it's a dude.
Essentially,
You got to give him credit, though. This is a guy with a history of just being overly flamboyant, that wants to be talked about, wants to be seen on TV, and he knew exactly how to get that attention. You pretend to be something for the cameras, and all of a sudden you're getting millions of dollars of deals from people that think you're serious but don't know that you're not, because you just want people to see and talk about you. They fell for it.
Yes.
I guess if it was all about that, but I mean, aren't we back to Daffy Duck and the gasoline? You can only do it once. Is Dylan Mulvaney going to go back to being male and then transition back again every few years? Because I mean, how long? I guess it's all about the now. They succeeded. Because look what happened at Bud Light.
Yeah, see, Jeff sees the same thing. The dude made legit big money by playing a game.
The only thing I'll say is to let him off the hooks and to disabuse myself from my ignorance, as is said by intellectual people. You know what? He was at least an adult who made a decision. And it looks like if you're willing to make that sacrifice, which I'm not, and I can't figure it out, but, I mean, they made their money.
So that means you got to put a dress on there, buddy.
Hey, man, if it gets you millions of dollars, I mean, if it's that easy these days.
It's just like, yeah, they're making probably millions of dollars, right? Harry Styles wears a dress too, but he's like always nailing chicks. Like he's got some kind of grift going. He's like the smart Ezra Miller. He's like, if I'm not a criminal, I wear a dress.
No one will know.
Harry Styles, you don't have to wear that dress tonight. Walk the streets for money. It's a bad way.
How you guys doing? Nobody?
I have no idea what to do tonight, so
You're looking at it.
This is my old man birthday celebration. Going to watch someone build Legos on YouTube while I drink beer.
Hey, not a bad deal.
While I build up bile to talk about Star Trek on Thursday. Oh, I'm see, you can't kick me. That's right. Sorry. I mean to talk about Planet Journeys. Oh, we got the robot mugger. Was he looking for RoboMath or something? And this is really early, right?
no, he wanted to practice his stabbing.
Is this episode 1?
No, it was either one of the later episodes, I think.
It looks like
Or the
JJ's
movie.
robot, doesn't it? It looks like the bad robot.
You know, I really want to see Roberto come back. Oh, shoot, when's this come back? Like 4 days from now, right? Or is it July?
Oh, that'll be great. I'll review that. By the way, you notice the one thing about this robot that's different from other Futurama robots?
He's psychotic.
No, Bender's psychotic. No, he has no antenna.
Yeah, there's that. But as I said, actually, he's the one that said it. He was made by people trying to make an insane robot, but they failed.
That's right. So he's not a mom robot. So wow, their lore was. How long did they sit down designing this Futurama world before they started writing it? They didn't seem to write themselves into too many corners or have too many problems. I don't like when they clone Fry and is it Hercules or Hermes' son, and they have like mini Hercules and mini Fry with the pushed up nose from the being in the test tube. The test tube is too small.
Oh, that's the professor's clone.
Yeah, but it's
I forget
basically
his name. I hate his character.
But the professor is like a descendant of Fry's brother or something.
Yeah, some shit like that.
He's Fry Farnsworth. Or no, he's Jay Fry. That's right. Here we go. Futurama has given us so much.
Finally found a piece. Not that one. Oh, come on. I'm sweating bullets here, guys. Sweating bullets. Well, that. Oh. Goes on like this.
Well, yeah, Jeff, they have. So what you never want to do is piss off your core audience, or your core, in this case, the people that buy your crap. If you alienate almost everybody, just close your business. You're done.
So buy my stuff.
I try to never rewatch the Seymour story ever.
We're coming along, guys. We're coming along.
Well, my friend. Look at that. That is progress.
Yeah. Well, how the shit bag? Oh, it goes in here. And then that piece goes here. Woo! Yeah, this is a long stream. Jeez. All right, so that goes finally here. Where? No one knows.
Did you see the place in Hawaii where they have that rock that's like now been like worn into an arch that you can kayak through? That's kind of a famous place.
I think I know what you're talking about.
It's in a couple of movies.
Well, I did that.
Really cool. You must have seen. Did you get to any of the beaches that had the black volcanic sand?
No.
Do they top the beaches off with regular sand, or does the ocean sand just wash in there?
I think it washes into it. I think it does. I don't know.
Be like, these black beaches are unsightly. Cover them with some.
I think there's a weird rule about that you're not allowed to take the sand from the beach.
Yeah,
the volcanic
like
sand.
Yeah, if you're found with that in an airport, you're gonna have a bad time.
Because it's
that is true.
Made of glass.
Oh, I don't know. It's sometimes certain places just have their own rules. But I would imagine they probably wouldn't want every single tourist bringing back black sand.
By the way, just to be a gentleman, this guy's a pal of mine. Bird of Prey 5 is a really cool YouTuber. Anybody who likes the Planet Journeys thing should check him out and sub him. He's an inspiration. Guy is he's not that mobile at all, and he has taken his knowledge of Star Trek and made of it a really good YouTube channel that I think everyone should pitch in on.
Steve, it looks like you're building a mini sub now.
Actually, now it looks like something from Attack of the Clones. Yeah, it looks like what's left of the mini. You know what? Above at the 11 o'clock position to the build is what's left of the mini sub. That's completed. That's a complete set of the remains.
This one is not going to think.
Well,
maybe.
Maybe I just shouldn't correct that. I'm going to skip.
My bio dad's wife said something interesting to me today. She said she felt particularly bad for the mother of the guy who brought his son with him, like his wife, because she lost her husband, but she also lost her son, and that she must be really angry at her husband right now.
Yeah.
I'd be more angry at the person that made a piece of crap excuse for a sub.
But I mean, come on, Godfather, that was a Logitech controller.
Why would you use a wireless controller for something that should be complete analog control?
And
either way, that's not what the point of failure was.
And why wasn't it like inside of a baggie so that it wouldn't get wet? I mean, even condensation inside that sub. And I hadn't considered what Andy posted about like how he thought hypothermia would probably have definitely played in by the time we.
Oh, it happened on day one, right?
What, they were dead on day one, or the implosion?
Oh yeah, it was pretty much immediate.
I have a theory on that one. You ready?
Hit me.
Microfractures.
That makes sense. It's carbon fiber, not steel.
And you keep going down over and over and over that they just made a new carbon fiber shell. They could have swapped most of it out. And, for God's sake, put a control yoke in there to make it look safe. And it was spending excessive time on the bottom because it couldn't find the wreck.
Yeah, that's actually the first theory I had. And then I had a second kind of identical one. The first one was you're going up and down so many times, you're not inspecting it. You're just thinking, oh, everything's great because you don't know shit about anything. So you probably never looked for any signs of damage.
There's no manual to inspect
sounds.
a carbon fiber 3D printed piece of garbage that you shouldn't be in.
You shouldn't be using it, period. The second one was by hand tightening. Chances are when the two differing materials glued together were under pressure, water started getting in, and then it just popped it right off, and kaboom.
Now, to be fair, did the arrogant bastard who designed it not go down every time to show that he was confident?
Sounds like he did a good amount of solo dives, but again, that comes down to
I think he was on it this time
Damage.
too, bro.
he was.
I think he was on every. No, I think the deal was I am so confident you should pay me. I think it was 250 grand. I'm so confident that you should pay me 250 grand to do this that I go down every time. And for $750, I could take a trip out to sea by helicopter, land on that ship, and then go down in the sub and go back to my life.
Not a bad deal.
I would just want to say, like, could you please find the Titanic? Like, maybe something that detects metal would be helpful. I've been on Boston whalers that had more tech than that fucking sub. What happens? What happens at explosive decompression? What happens to a person?
Horrible things if you saw the Mythbusters version of that.
I only saw Gray Lady Down with Charlton Heston.
Yeah, Mythbusters did something on that, and then there was a few ones that went over what happened with submarines in the past when they went too far down. Basically, if it isn't instant that it kills you,
You have
it
a few
would
minutes
be
to be terrorized,
immediately.
and then it's instant.
Oh no, it would just pretty much happen, and you would have probably 10 seconds to live or less, probably around, due to all the immediate pressure hitting your body and collapsing your lungs and your organs. Probably die within a second or two.
I would think that the catastrophic decompression was explosive, and that would have killed you, hopefully instantaneously. You know, I hate to say anyone dies, but they are dead, in fact. So, like, I'm wishing it was painless and fast as possible. Like, I would hope it was instantaneous explosive decompression. If anyone had to linger for a while, it would be the arrogant bastard who thought a plastic submarine should be at 13,000 feet for hours at a time. Maybe there should have been a limit on dive hours. It's like you've been at 13,000 feet for like 675 hours. At 700, we want you to swap out this fucking hull. It doesn't make sense. Because that would have, I mean, then microfractures never become a problem, right? Because they're going to happen, but you get out of there before then.
You know, something like that. One, it should be all metal and the same metal.
Yes.
You need to have a point where you can escape or rise. And shoot, what else was I going to say about that?
Basically, a reverse
messed up.
underwater parachute is what you're saying you need.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, like an inflatable balloon will do it.
Or enough drop weights where if you just drop the weight, you'll automatically rise.
The fucking thing
Okay.
had those.
So this piece right here. Mm,
Try to get more light on that. There we go.
there. This
Snapped
piece
the
right
focus.
here. My wife had to figure this one out
Thank God
because
for
I couldn't
Mrs.
figure it
Ranker
out. I
Steve.
finally did it. What?
I said, thank God for Mrs. Ranker Steve.
I know, right? Man, I am sweating.
I don't remember if it
Thanks
was
for everyone to.
Is
Thanks
it
to
just hot
everyone
in
who's
California?
watching.
So, John, it was either 3D printed or I think what I saw was they basically had a roll and they kept attaching another and another and another layer of the carbon fiber onto it. So you could see where it could go horrifically wrong. 'Cause
Oh,
technically, it's not even
yeah.
a solid piece. It's a long piece constantly wrapped around itself. So any fracture in a spot could happen in other spots. You're just done.
One thing my state and city does have is a really good education system above public school. Public college is really hard to get into, and I did go to a pretty good college, and they forced us to learn like some engineering and design just to get a regular degree. Because there's State University of New York colleges and there's State University of New York universities. I went to one of the universities, so it's like a lot fucking harder. So I had to learn some of that stuff. What a nightmare.
To answer your question, John, most should automatically be reusable just with inspection. But the reason why you build submarines out of metal with reinforcements inside, generally so they don't implode. Using carbon fiber and something experimental is really asking for it, especially when the guy refused to test it. And he didn't want to hire people that knew what they were doing because they weren't inspirational, and other reasons.
Are you saying are you saying that this was Wokedom that did this?
Mostly, yes. Remember, the guy that started bringing up that it's unsafe for use and started reporting it to OSHA and other agencies saying this cannot and should not be used, period. The
Right.
CEO fired him. Look who's right.
I'll just point out that it is the other party that's known for their regulations, though. This was, some people might argue he had a capitalistic venture where people signed waivers and spent money freely. I'm
Well,
not saying it was right. I mean, look how it turned out terribly. So I obviously am wrong.
I understand gross overregulation and crap, but when you're dealing with something that's in the air, supposed to float on the ocean,
Right.
or
not
survive
float on the ocean,
in
survive
the ocean,
about a mile
Yeah.
down.
exactly.
13,000 feet
past
is
crush
just
depth.
about a mile. I think, right?
I don't know, something like that, but big dumb made dumb.
Oh my God, it's so much more than that. A mile is only 5,000 feet. So this was almost 2.5 miles. As far below the ocean as a jet plane flies above it.
Well, yes, Jeff, technically I would, but here's a trade-off. I would build something specifically meant for remote control from a cable, a very strong cable.
Yeah,
I
why this
wouldn't go
thing
down
didn't
there
have
myself. Heck no.
I think this thing had an umbilicus and it lost contact with it.
No, it didn't have that. Otherwise, it probably still
No,
would
I
have
think
happened.
the
but yeah.
umbilicus came loose from the sub.
Ooh,
It may
I want to
not
say
have.
deep sea submersibles because there's a lot more forces at play.
By the way, it was supposed to have a chase submersible that just malfunctioned halfway down, and they kept going.
Bloop, 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 bloop.
If this guy had lived, he'd be so fucked.
If he lived, he wouldn't be alive by the time the other ships got there because those guys probably would have beat him.
I was hoping for the longest time that it was just bobbing in the surface of the ocean and everyone was okay, and I just hadn't found it yet because it's hard. It's easy to lose stuff at sea. Take it from a Long Islander. I've seen the ocean. Well, that's lives in
Hey,
close enough.
why do you think mobsters love cement shoes so much?
Oh, well, you know, I'm 20% Italian. I quite plan on claiming my birthright of being buried in a traditional Italian manner here in New York. You know what that is? We take you to mid-span of the Verrazano Bridge and throw you off wrapped in a tarp with some weights in the middle of the night. Mid-span. That's how I
All
want
right,
to leave this
Coley.
world.
New topic.
The car is starting to look like a car.
I'm sweating, dude. I'm sweating like crazy right now.
Is it hot in your basement, is what you're saying? Or hot in your hobby room?
It's ridiculous.
Is it an attic room, basement room?
No, it's a room.
It's a room.
I can't give out all my secrets.
Right, it's a room in a place. I gotcha. I'm sorry it's hot in there.
You see, the nice thing about old mines is they're usually pretty nice and cool inside.
I want to get like a nice uranium mine to live inside if it's that cool.
Um,
I feel like I'll be safe there.
Okay, definitely picked up the sarcasm that time.
Yeah. Okay, yes, I'm sorry. I can't show my face. Well, I'll be accused of trying to steal looks because I'm so handsome.
At first, I was like, "Does he know what uranium does?" Then the second time, I actually picked up the sarcasm.
You know, there's this guy I call
Ay.
there's this guy I call Peppermint Patty who self-published a book about mining, and what they were mining for was steel. Think of
Oh my
that.
gosh.
I
Here we
learned in
go.
4th grade that was a man-made alloy.
So this goes here, and yada yada yada. I don't know where the rest of the pieces go. What? Wait.
Well, as long as none of the pieces are named Lemmy Winks, they'll go where they belong to go.
Yeah, that's true. How's everyone doing in the chat?
Hey, everybody, Lost Wanderer. If
Jeff and John are definitely sticking around the chat. It's kind of nice.
Heck yeah, man. Dedication. You guys are crazy. 9 and 10. Man. All right, here's the 10.
in Vermont, only pussies need air conditioning. Or live in Vermont, where only pussies need air conditioning. I'm sure there's still a few days, but yeah, you probably
Sean-
survived that brief heat wave in Vermont.
John's making a legitimately, no sarcasm, in other words, legitimately big brain move and moving away from the Apple Mac world. Good choice. Nobody should have ever used that crap.
No.
Oh, and not to mention the stereotype is real. You know how many times you can walk into a Starbucks, see some college kid on like a mobile MacBook or whatever they call it, and they always try to tell people that they're working on the next big script. It's a real stereotype.
And a flex to show off your Mac.
Wait, what'd you say, Steve?
Who's working on a script?
The only Mac that I'm interested in is Melanie Mac because she's fucking hot.
I want to say she's average. I mean, what's really non-appealing is the arm that's just covered in a sleeve tattoo. She's kind of cute.
She's not covered in a sleeve. She's doodled on herself.
Whatever you want to call it.
Those tattoos are
I don't have a
unrelated.
problem with that.
I don't have a problem with it either. While she looks the way she does, she is fucking gorgeous.
At least she's not a thought.
I
That's
missed
true.
the Urban Dictionary on what thought is. So maybe put it in the private chat, or I don't know if you're allowed to tell me.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it on freaking YouTube. That's for
I'll be
sure.
looking in the private chat. Subspace. I'm Gen X here.
How in the blue blazes does this fit into here? It's right there. Come on. Come on. Ooh.
Oh, did she recently lose weight at the same diet on keto carnivore? Yeah, that's in her Twitter thing. Lost 60 pounds so far. And
What's
she
Twitter?
seems like she's a bit religious, which is not unappealing.
It is nice to see a more religious girl rather than some weirdo that is just psychotic.
Like, I guess what you're saying is like, yeah, I can relate to that. Also, I saw that in other news, something completely different. Jennifer Lawrence is going to be like nude in her next movie.
Who gives a shit?
She's still pretty.
She's like a 3. And Jeff Mac, I would put at like a 5 or a 6 at the most.
I think Mac is a fucking 8 or a 9.
Like, don't get me wrong. She seems like
Got a
without
real good
makeup,
face.
without makeup and stuff, she could be pretty cute, especially if she straightened out her hair. The
Yeah, and
tattoos, no. Being a
yeah, she's
YouTuber,
uglying
nah.
herself up. I agree.
No, Father, you've never liked tattoos.
Man, would you throw a pile of feces onto a work of an art?
I would agree with that. God did a pretty good job putting Melanie Mac together. Don't doodle over yourself anymore, baby. I think you look really good.
All right, you guys, especially what's the rule with Manorama? What's the rule, guys?
No talking about planet journeys.
No. What's the rule that I have on Manorama?
That
Your
one's
Father,
no
you know.
Trek.
Nope.
Have
The
fun.
rule is you never simp.
Oh, I ain't sipping. That's the good part.
I guess I'm simping a little, huh?
Yeah, just a
All
little.
right. I'm gonna stop then.
No, you're all good.
I think if I'm gonna simp, I chose the right hill to simp on, or the right two hills to simp on, if I may say. Hey, Steve, you ever been to the Silicon Valley?
Why would anybody want to go there?
Well,
I've been
I've
there.
been to many a Silicon Valley, my friend.
I bet you have. I bet you have.
And not like
God.
Dylan Mulvaney's either.
Oh, that was
So-
actually a good
I'm
one.
missing a piece.
Yeah. See, I built a little joke in 3 parts and it worked. I backed out of
I'm
getting
missing a
accused of
piece.
simping. At least I didn't accidentally invite anybody on this week
To this.
or anything. I learned my lesson on that one. Although I think it would be a great get for my show. I'm inviting Elliot Page on to Saving Star Trek.
There you
I
go.
want to hear Elliot Page's views on Star Trek and masculinity as it's portrayed in Star Trek, and how Elliot Page feels as a man watching Strange New Worlds. Oh, wow. That really would be fucking interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it
She
would
would
be.
have to have some anger on behalf of men, wouldn't she? Wouldn't he? Fuck, I'm sorry, Elliot. I'm sorry, Elliot. And I'm sorry, Steve, because I know that's like not a cool thing to do on YouTube. So
No, I don't care.
That person seems to be not doing well lately.
yeah, that book had some sad stuff in it that made me feel very bad for them. And the only thing I will say is this: think what you will. I won't tell people what to think. I will only say this: let's keep in mind before we say anything else. Elliot Page, when they were Ellen Page, was like 30 some odd years old and made the decision as an adult. So, you know, if they're happy, I hope they're happy because I hope they're happy. Leave it at that.
Well, I'm not happy because I can't find the piece I'm looking for.
I also think that people saying that Elliot Page should be the Flash. First of all, why have her follow such a low life? And secondly, Elliot Page is only 4'10".
As far as I'm concerned, Marvel and DC is pretty much done, other than a few possibly good properties, but they're not really relevant anymore.
Do you ever think we get to a point where we had so many movies about comic books that would be an embarrassment of riches, and you would want there to be less or maybe even none at all for a while?
No, but when you get these big corpos that want to just do the latest trendy thing because of their political party, that ruins stuff. It's like, can you just stick to make product, sell product, talk about product, sell next iteration of product, make new line, like make your own new character, whatever, but don't do bad things that ruin it for your audience. Just make something good. That's all you gotta do is make something good, shut up, keep your politics out of it, make it good, keep it good. Maybe kill off a character every now and then so the good guy doesn't always win.
Yeah, and don't. This is one of the things I've been saying about Planet Journeys. When Planet Journeys was good, we were getting observation and commentary. Now that Planet Journeys is bad, we're getting shame and instruction. And that's not going to win anyone over. There are Planet Journeys from the 60s where they just observe and comment on things that are really controversial. And they don't tell
Yeah.
anyone they're wrong and stuff. And that's why those Planet Journeys are really good. Wouldn't you agree, Godfather? Godfather's not ready to commit. He's like, I've seen too much bad Planet Journeys.
When you say Planet Journeys, what do you mean exactly?
So I mean, fucking Star Trek.
Oh, yeah, I barely watch that stuff, so that should tell
Like
you
the
everything. You
old,
need to
really
know.
good Star Trek.
Well, what I liked about the old stuff is it taught you lessons, but it didn't like shove it in your face. The
Or
characters
judge
were
you
still
much.
normal. It taught lessons because old media, like 80s, 90s stuff, if it wasn't just to entertain, it usually had casual lessons, and it was done in a good way.
And
They don't do that anymore.
It wasn't a lesson that was past due. It was pertinent. You know what I mean? Like the freshness date on this way that Star Trek does it now, with the beating you over the head with like the whamming-ness and all the other stuff. The way they do it now, I mean, there was in the past done. If the people who used to have custody of it did it, it would still be moving forward, but it would be done in a way like likable characters. And
You want to know my brutal opinion?
go ahead.
No one
Instead of
cares.
making, well, especially that, yeah. Instead of just making all this new crap, they could just run just a Futurama episode that makes fun of that, and it would probably have a record amount of people in comparison.
Futurama's going to destroy Star Trek in the ratings. A new Trek in the ratings. We know that.
What is Futurama going to be on? Does anybody know?
Netflix? Is it Netflix?
It's Netflix?
Well, I mean, Fire Stick, right? I love that Amazon gives you the technology to steal other people's shit.
You were so happy. You were proud with that joke. You were.
It came to me out
You
of
were like,
nowhere.
I'm gonna own this. You own that joke. You
Thank you.
goofball.
Thank you. When are we doing the sports Manorama?
That's a good question. I don't know.
All-Star break for
no,
baseball is coming up. That would be a great time.
Because
There's no
Ballorama
sports.
has been. It is. Ballorama has been in the works for quite a while. It's finding time to do. Like, I can't do shows all the time. I have to kind of pick and choose of like, all right, cool. When am I going to do this show? Or when am I going to do that stuff? It's like working on shows. It really does put a lot of pressure and strain because you want the show to go good. I'm putting a lot of effort in Manorama because I want it to be good, and eventually I don't know, it's coming. It takes a lot.
I thought
of time.
you had a great episode this week and you just let it happen organically.
Yeah, like usually I'll never have a show like that all the time, but once in a while I'll have something where it's like, hey, we're doing this and it's gonna go this way, because sometimes you can kind of get a feel of how something is gonna go, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes like finding a fucking piece like this. Yeah.
Well, here's a thought, right? On July
Yeah.
11th, the most convenient day of the year. If anyone gets it, just put it in the chat. But it is. July 11th is the most convenient day of the year. On July 12th, there's no sporting events because July 11th is the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. If you have the time to organize a Ballorama for then, we would have more views because there's no one who likes sports who has anything to watch at all. Just a thought from a numbers guy. And I think we've seen that Admiral Teague does know how to get the views.
Yeah, we'll see. It's
We might not have time.
it's one of those things where it's like, do I want to do it now? Like, do I want to wait to until the Manorama gets bigger? Because if that's the case, then I'm gonna go that route because I can let that grow more. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and I agree that that's a valid strategy. I propose another idea that is equally valid, but does not have to be the idea we use, because obviously this is your show. You ready? What
Yeah.
if we challenge ourselves more now and take an opportunity for a bit? Just as a search engine optimization thinker, the day after the All-Star game, when there's no real sports on to talk about sports, we could do it in a very meta way where we talk about like why we like our teams and what teams we like, and like maybe like I know I'll watch like the All-Star game and the home run competition, so I'll be able to talk about that a little bit. And maybe that's
something we could do.
Because I think the best way to test ourselves is to challenge ourselves, and we should do these things not because they're easy, but because they are hard. Like that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
But that's me. You're the boss.
No,
of
I get
your
it. We
show.
could do. I would like to do another sports show on Manorama. That would be kind of cool to do. I'd be down.
I'm saying that week of the All-Star game, there's a day before and a day after with no sports. It probably, unless the All-Star game is on Thursday, we probably have, that's 3 days. There's only 7 days in a week. We have a 4 of 7 chance of being able to capitalize of it.
Yeah.
It's just a thought. Sometimes I
What
just
day
think
is it
numbers. Let me ask my assistant, which I will not name so I don't set off other people's assistants while I mute my mic. I'll tell you in a second.
Oh man, how you doing, Goat?
Still just kind of sitting here.
Cool. You enjoying me building this thing?
Oh my gosh, July 11th, 2023 is a Tuesday. So maybe we could just do a more that day. And more Ballerama. Instead of making it a real thing, we can experiment with it, and if it doesn't work, we can delete it. I mean,
Maybe.
and also contingent on your time.
The sad thing is I forgot the alternate names I came up with that, but I know they were jokes in themselves.
If we've lost jokes from the Goatfather, the world is indeed a poorer place because he's much funnier than me.
Well, I mean, the lazy route that I just thought of is you could do MOR without the E. You just call it more balls.
Okay, that's funny.
Yeah, I'll have to try to remember the other ones I came up with, but they were basically jokes along those lines.
We're getting there, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting there.
Yeah, you really are like bringing this in under the amount of time I thought.
How fast do you think I was going to do this?
I thought it would take you till about daybreak New York time, which is in about 5 hours. I think you're going to beat that.
Well, right now it's almost 4 hours.
No, from now.
Oh.
I think what I should do is probably make sure the bodega doesn't close before I buy more alcohol.
If you want to do that, do that.
I think it's probably the best idea.
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon. Well, I just got done with the back tire fenders. What do you call that? We're almost done. What? Is that even a thing? Thanks to everyone who's been watching the show. I know there's some people who pretty much watched the entire time. Thank you very much, and some people who've been keep coming back. But yeah, thank you very much for joining me on this fun adventure of I don't know what the heck, but it's a little idea I came up with of hey, why not do Legos and all that fun stuff. And yeah, 21. But yeah, thank you very much for all the support. Usually you can catch us on Thursdays, Manorama, on Rumble, and all that fun stuff. Yeah. So exactly. Yeehaw, mother truckers. So I know Jeff has been in the chat. I think he's still watching. Yeah. I've noticed one thing, Goat, about this is the fans that we have are very supportive. Even if it's just to watch 4 hours of me building a Lego set. Like there's fans that will just be like, we'll watch. It doesn't matter. Like they're very dedicated. And I couldn't do it without the fans. So I thank you guys very, very much. I'm very humble about this. I think that's the thing about YouTube is if you're trying to pick the right piece of a Lego piece. Now, just to be humble. I think a lot of YouTubers they kind of miss the target a little bit on that because they're so focused on other things that you're gonna miss out on some stuff. And so I really do thank the fans of Manorama. I couldn't do it without you guys, and this is a little fun little thing, and yeah, so
I've
very much.
had a crossroad with a lot of creators. It's
You
the
did
same. It's the same crossroad where basically they start getting to a point where I'm noticing that they're losing the plot, kind of like YouTube. And what I mean by that is I'm choosing to help them, but I'm seeing them become these narcissistic, egotistic people where they're trying to otherwise do the free, quick, easy money thing by saying, oh, if you give me like $5, I'll take a shot of this. And they want to see the person get drunk and stupid, basically, or make other horrendous mistakes. But as I see them losing the humbleness and just trying to be yet some big YouTuber, and they're not earning it and they're not choosing a good path, I've cut people off entirely, said, you know what, I do not support this, or otherwise I'll butt heads with them and say, well, go do your own thing. And the funny thing is their channels usually don't last too much longer after that.
Yeah. Well, the thing about you is you helped me do another YouTube channel, the Movie Lounge, and it never really got anywhere because it was pop culture stuff. It's mainly me answering questions.
Oh man, that was the early days before I got good at these, like way good at these programs.
Yeah. Does that go like that? No, it goes like that. But it's just, I don't know, like I knew that, hey, we can do this, and I was gonna only have you be a part of this because, man, it's just, I don't know, it could work out and all that fun stuff, but
like, look at Jeff in there mentioning what they're going to do on the 26th. They don't have to do it, but they want to.
What do they do?
Take a read. It's worth reading, trust me.
Wow.
Yeah, see? When you read it yourself, it's, yeah.
Did I tell you guys I started working on the final book of the Game of Thrones series?
No.
Why shouldn't I, right? Someone's got to do it.
I never really watched past most of the first episode on that. Haven't
Yeah,
read the
but
books.
people have been waiting 4,300 days to the end of the story. So even if it's not that good, if I write it, I think people will still come read it. What do you think?
I'm kind of over it. I think a lot of people are. Are you kidding me? Did I just lose another piece?
There were two related shows that did really well. House of Dragon did well. There are two related shows. One did well. House of the Dragon and Wheel of Time.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, I can't help but have my inner geek come out. You know, when I use the J.J. Abrams avatar, I just get overconfident.
Oh, shit. I think I can't find a piece. Hold on while I look around.
Ranker Steve is now engaged in an extensive, hard target search of his home, much like the one we saw in the movie The Fugitive. Goatfather, your thoughts on the movie The Fugitive?
I don't remember that one.
Well said. I couldn't have said it better myself. And so that's very insightful. I like the part where Harrison Ford says, "I didn't kill my wife," and Tommy Lee Jones says, "I don't care." It was weird. It was a man with two last names talking to a man with two first names, right?
Yes.
Or two first names, Tommy Lee. Just watch which one, The Fugitive or episode of 4 to 6 of the KLRN Manorama chat.
Manorama.
Yeah, that was a really good lineup for that particular show.
Which one?
The most recent Father's Day one.
Oh.
I didn't expect that to get quite so emotional. I knew it would be emotional.
See, it was good. I liked it.
What Jeff is noting is really awesome. But he's also got the voice for radio. I've got more of the introductory voice. That's basically it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do a good job of talking it up. Like you could even give like the temperature, like some like it's 69 big degrees here in the Big Apple.
Oh, don't compare me to those weather people.
No, that's like how a normal
did.
music DJ just gives you the weather real quick as he starts to play like whatever your favorite.
It's freezing.
Yeah.
See, I like Family Guy where they have the guy that does weather. What is it, Ollie Williams?
Yeah.
That's like the best way to do weather.
We don't know
ever.
anything about him except he screams like 1 to 3 words. I love in their Star Wars trilogy, they're like, and Ollie, how's the weather? Space weather! Thank you, Ollie.
What if we did that? What if we had someone come on the show and just randomly did that with Manorama?
I don't know. I'll ask you this: are females allowed on Manorama to talk about like their perceptions of manliness and stuff?
Yeah.
Because I know someone who's an amazing YouTuber. She does gaming, but she's so fucking base. You should sub her. Her name's Cult Classic Cage.
Okay.
She's got a decent amount of subs. She's increasing subs really fast because she's so good. And like she does movie reviews too. Like she'd fit right in. She bills herself as the last of the tomboys. And one of the best things I ever saw her do is, first of all, a smackdown on Frost, because that was unbelievable. But she went after the Dove models. And she did it as someone who'd lost a lot of weight. And she called it a really bad lifestyle to try to foist on people. And then she said something that everyone else forgets. They also sell ice cream, so of course they think this is a great fucking idea.
Yeah, eventually we're gonna have women on the show.
I think Cult Classic
that.
Cage is someone you should definitely consider. She's really cool.
So
I'll drop her link in the chat.
speaking of
Who wants
Ollie
to check her out?
Williams, and this might be a little loud, so anybody listening, maybe turn it down right before I play this. But since we brought up Ollie Williams, I just want to go through this real quick.
It's raining sideways.
Sounds rough, Ollie. You have an umbrella?
Had one.
Where is it?
Inside out, 2 miles away.
Is there anything we can do for you?
Bring me some soup.
What kind?
Chunk it.
Okay. Do that like Peter Griffin.
Nice seeing you, John. Thanks for stopping by.
John Cipolla, we love
Thank you for joining us.
Great, great guy. Good night in Florida. It's too bad he doesn't live in the Panhandle area, where it would be an hour earlier. Or maybe he does, and it's just that late. Also, hey, Ranker Steve, here's here's a movie watch that maybe we can cross over the Saving Star Trek people with the Manorama people for one movie. You ready? One of the most amazing films ever made. Probably the most even-handed Civil War movie, Gettysburg. It's a whale of a movie, but the battle was fought on the 4th of July. Well, at least it ended on the 4th of July. And it had more casualties than the entire Vietnam War.
Dang.
That is a hell of a battle, huh?
Heck
Those
yeah,
guys
man.
were men.
$10 already? Holy crap.
How do you manage to find the parts so quickly relative to a normal human? This seems to be a superpower.
Zero clue. I don't know. Oh, this is how it goes. Nope.
By the way, guys,
Okay.
now that I've had another trip around the sun and I've gotten old and boring, I need a hobby. I'm thinking about something sufficiently boring. Guys, what do you think? Stamp collecting?
Ooh.
Just stare at drying paint, man.
Well, here's the thing about drawing paint versus stamps. You can't be a really insufferable scumbag watching paint dry, but with stamps, like someone's like, "Oh my God, the world's about to end." You know, the situation's breaking me. It's like, could you please be quiet? I'm just working on my stamps. It's kind of a passive aggressive troll against everyone.
Do it.
I'm gonna start collecting stamps. I'm smoking a pipe. Well, a tobacco pipe.
Working on the back end now.
Yeah, if I had a nickel for every time I heard that.
Well, you're working on the back end somewhere.
You know, what can I say? Doggy style and reverse cowgirl are good things.
Yippee-ki-yay.
Yippee-ki-yay.
That's what she said. Yeah, that is what she said.
Tig, it's still going.
What's still going?
The A.A. Peter has been going since June 17th.
Is it like becoming better, or are they still just like stumbling around and saying things that sort of make sense?
Well, it looks like they're suggested by people, probably through Discord, like a bot.
Yeah, or
automatically makes it
taking
say
some
it.
things from chat. It seems to be a lag between some things I saw in chat and them happening too.
That part, I think, is just something else going on, like processing or
Someone's
whatever.
inputting one or two things from chat, maybe. Maybe sometimes it's got someone monitoring it.
No, I just think it's when you're running a system that long for a stream, things are going to happen, including one of the programs is eventually going to slow down at certain points, but you tell it generally what you want them to do, and it does it. Like it makes its own stuff up on the fly, which is kind of cool.
The transitions all worked, and for the first second, it seemed like you were watching the show until they got into the substance of the conversation.
What's
That
interesting
makes
is how they can make the voices decently
Perfect.
similar.
So I thought they were close to perfect. The pronunciation sucked.
Yeah, they do.
Like the word reciprocate, I don't even know what they would do with it. Reciprocate.
Now imagine if they could actually move the models instead of just like walking around randomly.
Yeah, they walk around and fall over a lot.
But the AI sponge one's getting freaking weird.
You know, I gotta say, if you like build videos, Rancor Steve has provided a pretty damn good build video. He has not wasted more than like his worst moment. It took him 3 minutes to find an obscure piece, and that's nothing.
Dude,
He's
I'm already on a
mostly been-
roll. When I know I'm about to end, I'm near the end. You'll see
Yeah,
how
you-
fast I start going.
You absolutely slaughtered this one.
That's actually usually how it is with Legos. Is once you start getting near the end, because there's less pieces to sift through. Then you just
Right.
start
Well-
attaching them like crazy.
Well, that too, but I also I can memorize where is what's going to go next before. Because I'm doing the same thing. So I did these things, these wings here, and it's the same thing here. So I know exactly where each piece is going to go. Because I've done it twice now. And then the first time, boom. The second time, I was like, all right, I know what I'm going to put next. But yes, it does help knowing that you have less pieces. The problem is some
Definitely.
of them look like you get like this piece here, where it has like little edges, grooves, that, and then it's like much smoother. Like that one versus this one.
Hold them still for a second longer because the camera was like, yeah, now it's
Oh, okay.
focused. Now I can see them.
They're both the same.
Anyway, gents, I'm
But-
gonna go ahead and dip out for the night.
Hey, good
All right.
father. Always a pleasure, my man.
Thanks
See you
for
guys
joining,
when I
man.
see you. Take it easy, man. Have
Take
fun
it
with
easy,
the rest of
buddy.
the build. All right, peace.
As I said in Young Guns, I shall finish the game.
Poop.
Yeah, what the hell? I just bought another 6-pack. I could hang out in my apartment for another hour.
Yeah, I'm almost done. It's not going to take long.
I gotta say, I am personally deeply impressed. You definitely reassembled this thing in record time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Let me ask you this: who would win?
Yeah.
100 midgets versus a grizzly bear? Who would win? What?
100 midgets versus what?
A grizzly bear.
Grizzly bear.
But these are like they have
Hands
intelligence.
down.
But they have intelligence. You know what I mean?
Hands down.
Like they're small, but there's 100 of them, man.
Yeah,
What
I
if-
see your point.
Like, what if they have like 5 minutes to plan? Chat, what do you think? I think like if they're willing to sacrifice 30 midgets, little people, that the other 70 will prevail on the bear. Am I just being arrogant here?
I think you might be onto something.
Right. Acceptable losses. Loads up combat. Lost Wanderer loads up combat simulator to test this theory. Yes, and I want to report on that, Lost Wanderer. I love Jack.
Then I hit a bump in the road and I can't find the piece. Great.
Wait, your arm reach is 1/4 of your height. So, assuming that they are true midgets, but tall for midgets, let's make them formidable midgets. How about 4 feet tall?
Maybe.
So that would give them how long would a 4-foot tall midget's arm be if he was a proportionate dwarf? Because there's 2 different kinds of midgets.
Yeah.
I'm
I still
saying,
say the grizzly.
you know what? Like, if they have like 10 minutes to plan, they might be able to like throw rocks at it, distract it, and run it off a cliff with no casualties. But they would need everything in their favor, right?
Yeah.
But Lost Wanderer, how about this for arm reach? My arm is 33 1/3 to the wrist from the shoulder. So if I am 5 feet 10 inches tall, reduce that by. So how about 19 inches for the arm reach? Does that sound fair?
Sure.
Hey, Canadian Spider-Man, we meet again.
Well, howdy there.
Spider-Man, you know what? I think we need you here among us.
Shit. God damn it. This is how I solve pieces.
Ranker Steve is deep in the build here.
Holy crap. Well, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
I'm on that thing, by the way, that you
On what
mentioned.
thing?
The sending out of the invite.
Cool.
Just that, of course, Twitter not working well does not help. Here we go.
Well, hello there, Stephanie. I'm entertaining everybody tonight.
I go on YouTube, just do other stuff, and what do I see? But the horrors, the absolute horrors of Star Trek. They have to do it to me again. Every time I think I'm out.
Oh, it goes right there. I need 8. Give me 8. There's 8.
I'm gonna have to do this on my phone. I hate TweetDeck. It's so counterintuitive to the phone app.
Yeah. Almost done, folks. In the long run.
I think we're down to the last 45 minutes or maybe hour.
Something like that. We're almost done. We're getting there. We're getting there.
All right, I remember who I sent this to last. I could harvest it from them. Yeah. All right. Almost there.
Which one is this one? Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, it's so quiet, so quiet.
That's because it takes all of Admiral Teague's limited brain power.
No, it's all good. I'm just
Canadian Spider-Man. If you look in your inbox, you'll see that you have an option. I may have sent it twice, but one of them will work, or probably both. It'd be great to have you hanging out here with us as we come into the home stretch of the build.
And I'm crunch time.
Lost Wanderer. The midgets would have to focus on the eyes first. I agree. Once blinded, they could swarm and possibly dismember dysfunction extremities. Not to mention, they can make ad hoc weapons and tools the bear can't. I'm sorry. I hope you don't mind me bringing your channel down this path.
It's all good.
Subdue the bear close enough to the mouth, plug the nose, thinking 30 will perish, another 20 will be significant damage, but they might win. Wait, they're taking 50% casualties on a might. I think running is better. And I'm working on the midget versus grizzly scenario. Lol. You know what's
funny?
Can we get an answer to it? I like Manorama. We've been crunching the numbers on the 100 midgets versus one grizzly bear. I introduced a new element. The one of the midgets has a cigarette lighter that can make fire.
Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Oh man. Wow, I put that on backwards. No, 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 no. Yes, that goes like that. That goes like this. I need these two. We're almost done. Have you ever talked to yourself but never answer yourself? That's what I'm doing right now.
Don't worry, Steve. That voice you're hearing in your head is actually me. It's not. You're not. You haven't gone schizophrenic.
Uh-oh.
Here's a good Manorama question. For guys who did it back in the day, do you regret being metrosexual? I don't, because it got me a lot of girls. It just meant you dressed a little bit more fashionably. Lost Wanderer, don't ask someone who does theatrical physics for fun to do the math. That's exactly who I'm asking, mister.
And then this goes right here.
That looks great. We're almost there.
Yeah. Ah, damn it. May have lost a guy. No, because I'm not supposed to use that one. Steve.
Big Dave K, are you a physicist?
Are you a bee?
You know what I wanted to know? Is Kevin Smith a vegan? Is that why he looks like Gollum? With
Well, no, he had a heart attack.
That was so many years ago now. Why is he still so drastically underweight? Did they tell him that being heavy for so long messes his heart up to the point where he had to be like a bag of bones?
Well, no, it's when you have a heart attack, you start losing weight.
But I mean, he should be at a normal, stable body mass. He's really, really underweight. It looks disturbing.
Yeah.
And because
Yeah,
he wasn't overly heavy, I'm going to say this. I think he just had a heart defect rather than it being obesity, because he was a little heavy, but he wasn't huge.
Yeah.
Okay. I think he had his heart attack after he lost his weight. Yeah, that could happen too if you beat on your body too much and lose weight too fast. I think that Big Dave K might be onto something, by the way.
Yeah. Or he's just lost a lot of weight from crying.
How can you lose weight from crying when your tears are made of soy, Steven?
I don't know, man. That's a mystery I don't know.
I would suggest this, by the way. Tomorrow, when you create another Twitter identity, how about this? Rancor Stefan with the PH.
Ooh. Ooh.
What's the most effeminate version of your name in the English
Stephanie.
language? No, I mean
Stephanie.
that still can be used for a man. Yes, Stephanie, obviously. Like, what's the most effeminate way to spell it? Stphan? Stefan? Or like once you go PH, you can't come back.
I don't know.
And Stephen with an F. What's with that one? It's like Stefan. People should have normal, mundane names like Teague. That still sort of looks like the ship that Anakin and Obi-Wan have in Attack of the Clones, or the flying car. If it was a little more yellow, it'd be perfect. Think about it. This is like the kind of thing that George Lucas does on his free time.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
What was it that got his attention? Like he was just like, "Hey, what's up?" And you're like, "Hey, what do you think of Hearst shifters?" Or like, how did that conversation originate?
It was it was at the employee premiere of Star Wars Episode 3. And
the best
that's
prequel. The best. He must have been in a great mood because he knew he had a pretty good movie for a change.
Yeah, it was. It would be that event, and then I had lunch with him, and mostly because it was kind of like open for everyone to kind of chill and hang out and stuff. So it was fun.
And you say like his mind was all about automobiles and speed and cars.
Well, no,
Breezy and light and not George Lucas like at all, like you would expect at all.
I asked him about like his earlier stuff, and he was just a little bit excited. So I just went along with it.
If you ask
So
about
he was-
American Graffiti, he'll start to love you right away.
Yeah, well, I mean, he really loves that movie, so
He's just been putting another aesthetic on it and building on more story to keep making an American Graffiti every way he can, right? Han Solo is the ultimate hot rodder.
I agree to that.
And that got lost in the Disney movies and in the Solo movie, which I hate. Just hate.
I never saw them.
You're so lucky. It was just an intersectional feminist nightmare. Lando Calrissian was a robosexual, Steve.
Doesn't sound appetizing.
It was outright bad, my man.
There we go. This goes here. This goes here, I think. Yeah.
Here's the question: as far as musical soundtrack guys, Star Wars guy or the Star Trek guy? We all know who I like better.
Oh, you're talking. I know what you're.
We all know who I like better.
I'm
the
James
Star
Horner.
Trek guy. Oh, he is a Star Trek composer. Say, you know, you've seen Wrath of Khan, of course, right?
Yeah.
Were you part of the review breakdown for that one?
I don't know.
That beginning was like it's like that movie just kicks in with full intensity. And that's one thing these idiot people creating Star Trek right now don't understand. Hire a few more composers and musicians. Get some good music in there. They have one person doing editing, Steve, and one person doing music.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no assistant editor.
Boy, am I missing something here.
Is this that part in a build that's gone really well where you realize that there's something intrinsic that you have to tear your car apart a little bit to put in there missing?
Well, I'm trying to figure this out, and
Big Dave K, James Horner or Jerry Goldsmith. They both did Star Trek themes. To me, the Star Trek guy is Goldsmith, and then Big Dave K adds also if you include Alexander Courage as the originator of the Star Trek theme. Well, that's the best Star Trek theme, the original series. I'm not gonna lie, it just it gets me very excited. But I mean, I'm Admiral Teague, right? I hear any good Star Trek song, I start getting going. Even the JJ movie sucked, but his composer was good.
come on.
And then there's Hans Zimmer.
He steals.
Yes. Although, you know what? Quickly on James Horner, he did the soundtrack for a movie that both you and I love, and I think you could probably name it, right? What's the movie?
Sherlock Holmes.
Commando.
Hans Zimmer.
No, not Hans Zimmer.
James Horner.
James Horner. We're talking. He was mentioned earlier among Star Trek.
Okay, I see what you're
because
talking
he
about.
composes Wrath of Khan, which is true.
Yeah.
Which makes him, he stands among the greats of Star Trek composers. But Jerry Goldsmith, I mean, look at a movie
He's
like
good.
You know what a Manorama movie I suggest right now might be great because we have so many Star Trek guys. How about Patton? Because it's the Star Trek composer.
Yeah.
Well, the movie doesn't have a lot of really intense combat. It operates on the general's level, but it's a great movie. And the soundtrack, I mean, just fantastic. Big Dave K. Goldsmith's motion picture soundtrack's amazing. You know, he made an instrument for that. Created his own instrument.
I'm really hating this door right now.
Yeah, it seems to be getting on being a little bit impertinent.
Just a bit.
Hans Zimmer did Lion King 2021, Interstellar, Crimson Tide, Gladiator.
Yes.
I just
Yes.
did some fan art from Patton. Well, hey, when we do the Patton discussion, make sure you get through to us on that one so we could show some of it. I'd like to do that.
Heck yeah.
The blaster beam. I don't understand where that one fits in, but I have done something I don't usually do on YouTube. I have consumed a little bit of alcohol.
It's all good.
Yeah, I went downstairs and bought one beer each time, not a 6-pack, just one beer. That's how little I drink. That I might be getting a little buzzed off just 1.5 beers. And the check is also in the mail.
Ooh. I'm going through this like crazy. Oh man, dropping Lego pieces, man. It's not fun. It's not fun, man. Now I got that song stuck in my head. Which is not a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all. I'm almost there, man. Almost there.
I think I know what Big
Almost
Dave
there.
K means. The blaster beam was the instrument Goldsmith used for the motion picture. I'm talking about something else. You might still be right, but in the motion picture, he took a piece of like 16th of an inch thick tungsten steel that was like a foot wide and like 35 feet long, and he put it between two sawhorses, and he hit it with a regular rock hammer or some kind of like handheld sledgehammer or destruction hammer, and he took a World War I artillery shell and rolled it down the tungsten to make the V'ger sound, which Ranker Steve, you mentioned you played guitar. I didn't know that. We're gonna have to jam one day, but
Oh shit.
I know my country music patterns, but what do you call it? Wouldn't you say if you hit a piece of tungsten steel with a hammer and then slide an artillery shell down it, he basically was conceptualizing the idea we use for slide guitar, correct?
Yeah.
More or
I
less,
want to
right?
say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what an inventive guy. Because you know what he did? He did an original soundtrack, and he may have used like synthesizers, and it was deemed that the synthesizers of '79 were not good enough. And he accepted this. And imagine a writer or artist today accepting the fact that you didn't do good enough. We need you to do it again. Imagine a childish fit a modern writer would throw. No, I won't do it. I'll call you an istophobe. Jerry
Mhm.
Goldsmith went back and in like 10 days came back with that Star Trek, the motion picture soundtrack. And when the motion picture first came out, you know what the most popular criticism of it was? I'm not endorsing this criticism, but you know what a lot of people said?
What?
A soundtrack looking for a movie. That's how good the soundtrack was, huh?
Oh yeah. I agree. There we go. There we go. Done it. Done it. Almost 5 hours, man. Jesus.
Now this is 12.
Getting there.
This is a big chunk of your monthly StreamYards. But I think this is going to get a lot of views. You know what?
Maybe.
You want to get a lot more views? You know what? Do what I do. Be strong with the Reddit. Go on to the Reddit community that does builds and post it there. People will watch.
Oh yeah.
Don't you think that when I went into YouTube after being a blogger for 10 years and doing this stuff in print, I had developed some SEO skills because print is kind of like no one wants it. They want visual or audio media.
Yeah.
Lost Wanderer heading out. Have a great night, everyone. Lost Wanderer, it was great that you were here.
Thanks for joining.
Hold on, let's see. Big Dave K is making a point here. You're talking about the blaster beam. I believe it's made of aluminum. All right, no. When V'ger attacks, it was a tungsten steel thing, and he struck it with a hammer. Although, I am not Gary Ambrosia, who has the best notes. How excited does everyone get when Gary pulls out that piece of paper and snaps it? I have notes.
Oh, it's pretty cool.
Sounds like I'm describing the Akira soundtrack. Help me. Akira, the Japanese director.
Yeah.
That soundtrack made me like the movie Akira more. Big Dave K. Still was called a blaster beam, a long piece of. All right. I understand what you're saying. We're saying the same thing, but you're using a slightly different term of art.
It is coming along. I'm almost done, ladies and gentlemen. Almost done. Almost done. I am tired. As I'm finishing this up, I always think to my head, this is not the smartest thing in the world. Jeez. Ah, I'm doing the door. Okay, we're doing the door. There we go. There we go. Oh yeah, the door does this. Whoop.
Nice stuff. Wow. Look how close we are.
I know. Getting there, man. Getting there. I feel like there's something
Jerry to
missing
pull
there.
it apart again and speed reassemble it.
Speed reassemble it?
Yeah, let's see if you can do it in. It's pull it apart now. It's 139, 140. Let's see if you can reassemble it by 220. 40-minute rebuild. That's like a game show. The 40-minute Lego build. I watched that game show actually. Here's a question: what did you think of the game show where they gave people tattoos?
Ink
Master.
Master. Yeah, I liked it.
For a while, right? Did it get old for you too?
Yeah.
And Dave
My
Navarro
problem is-
has some bad tattoos. Why is he a judge?
I don't know.
I dated Carmen Electra.
Oh yeah, we're on the home stretch, ladies and gentlemen. On the home stretch.
Yeah, you should put this on. If not, I'll load it onto some subreddit build communities. There's got to be a modeling build. This was a pretty good build. I mean, honestly, pretty expertly done, pretty quickly done. Now you had the foreknowledge of having built this once before, but it looks like it's a lot going to be a lot tighter and a lot closer to the specs that you wanted it for, right?
Yeah. I just like doing this stuff.
I now like watching other people do it. Vicariously, I have built a car tonight. And if I got a motorcycle, I would get one of those Bugattis. Is it true they build the engine from the inside out?
I think so. Yeah.
They sound different than any other motorcycle. Although if I was going to ride anything, I'm waiting for like my next car. I want a flying car.
Yeah.
I think I might make it to that point.
Almost done. Thank you for everyone's checking the channel out. All the fun stuff. And there's the back end. This is supposed to go. Hey. Ooh, I feel like I'm missing a few pieces. I might have to deconstruct this thing.
Uh-oh.
There's a few pieces missing.
Now, is the devil in a detail, or is the details the devil itself?
We'll find out.
We're going to find out.
And then the bigger tires in the back.
By the way, can I tell you what my favorite Batmobile is?
What?
In Batmobile 1948, he borrows other people's cars.
Ah.
He doesn't have one of his own, even though he's a millionaire. One day, I want to actually watch what's free. It's free on YouTube, so you could probably get away with showing it like at the same time with no problem, and also give people cues. It's 3 stinking hours long, so you might want to upload it and like edit it. But Batman, the first ever Batman movie from 1948, interesting.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, 43, interesting. Wow.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here is the Bugatti.
How'd you pull that off so fast?
4 hours and 43 some minutes. And there's got to be some things I need to fix. But that's the gist of it. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Teague, for joining us. Thanks, Dark
It's
Helmet,
my pleasure.
Goat Father. You've all been fun. We may or may not do this again, just on a whim. All right. You guys have a good time. Catch you guys later. Ciao.
Bye now.